Okay, so we can start now. I welcome you all and thank you all for presenting over here, physically
We have
or
2 minutes.
virtually, of
We have
course,
two
or
minutes.
thanks to
We are
lockdown.
just joining on main
And
system.
I'm really happy to be part of CA event after a long time. So yeah, I know you all are also glad to be part of it. And I hope
Laptop
all are
frame
settled now.
Yeah.
Okay, can we? Yeah, I want you all to be. Yeah. Or in case if someone is not sitting, I request all to stand up for a CA moto song. We can start with that. I asked technical team to start with a moto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं ब्रह्मा
Yeah.
तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. So I am CA Rajeshri Sahal. I'm working with industry and I welcome you all to the National Conference of CA Students organized by Student Skills Enrichment Board, hosted by Pune branch of WRIC of ICI jointly with Pune Vikasa. Thank you. We have a dignitary CA Sirish Deshpande with us. We welcome you, sir. Uh, we have CA Nihar and Jambusaria with us, of course, virtually, and I would request him to give an opening remark. Before that, I'll give short description of him. Of course, we have a lot to say, but I'll say a few lines. So, CA and Jambusaria has been elected as the Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2020-21. He is currently associated in industry. He qualified as a chartered accountant in 1984 and was in practice for nearly 27 years. He is now vice chairman of all standing committee, including executive, finance, and examination committees. He is director of ICI Research Wing, ICI Accounting Research Foundation, and Extensible Business Reporting Language, XBRL India. He is appointed as a director of ICAI RVO and also will be representing from ICI RVO on the committee to advise on valuation matters. He is appointed as a member of IAFC Professional Accountants and Business Committee for 3 years starting from January 2021. Thank you. Now I request CA Nihar and Jabu Saria for his opening address. Thank you.
Well, good morning, friends. Ahead of Vice President Sir, let me address for a couple of minutes. Maybe hereafter I will be chairing session also. Friends, it was a wonderful conference for past 2 days, and today is the culmination of this conference. And we are very fortunate that although not physically, virtually amongst us is available CA Nihar and Jambusaria, Vice President of our institute. And on 12th of February, he will be also assuming charge as a president of the institute. So I have already requested him that this time it's okay that you are joining virtually because council meeting is going on. But after he assumes reins of presidentship of our institute, we would expect him to be available amongst the students uh, physically. In his introduction, number of things have been told about his career, etc. But at least I did not listen one important thing, that he is very fond of students. Whenever there is joint meeting of members and students, he will first devote more time for discussing affairs of the students. And the secret lies, and for past 25 years he had been lecturing to the students, and he was also head of department of commerce. So students are very dear to his heart. Therefore, we are very lucky to have such a vice president addressing us, for whom a student, in his view, plays a core role for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and the future of the profession rests with all of you friends. So, with these opening words, I welcome Nihar Jambusariaji, Vice President of our institute, and request him to address the students.
आज conclude होगी ना. Honorable Council Member, my colleague C.A. Chitleji, all the office bearers of the branch. I can see Chairman of Pune branch, Abhishek Damne, all the other office bearers, Vikasa Chairman, uh, uh, Mr. Samir Ladda, and all the dear student friends. As Chitleji mentioned, my first priority, if I look at profession, is students for two reasons. Number one, students are the future of this profession. And number two, because I have lectured for more than 25 years, my first love is teaching. And of course, profession I used to carry on along with teaching. So that is another reason why I would like to get connected with students very actively. I'm sure that this pandemic, although so dangerous, has taught us some of the very important lessons of life. And I have seen the entire structure of this conference, where this time majority or at least 40% of your topics were related to technology. Although the institute was very conscious about adopting technology for last 2 years, but the pace at which we were taking technology to our members and students was very slow. And the pandemic directly or indirectly taught us that now is the time for technology. You need not travel so much. You need not take so much of tension. And therefore, if you use technology to your advantage, then you can achieve maybe 2 times, 4 times of what you would achieve by doing activities physically. Of course, physical meetings have a different advantage, and I would have loved to come down to Pune personally and meet as many of you as possible. But even by virtual mode, meetings are going very well, and particularly take today's example, we are involved in the council meeting. Had this virtual mode not been available, I would not have met you at all. So this technology is a virtue, and for the students, I can give the first message that adopt technology and be hands-on with technology. Whatever advancements you see in technology, please be hands-on and keep learning apart from the technical subjects that you learn. One very important feature of your course, if you have noticed, particularly at final level, our approach has been shifted. See, previously it was testing of your memory, whereas for last few years, if you see particularly at final level, the entire question paper is application based. So students must take one message very clearly, that you will be able to answer particularly final level exam very easily and successfully if you have taken your articleship very seriously. Over last few years, we were observing that students were giving more emphasis on only qualifying the exam, but they were not giving enough focus on practical training. If I give my own example, whatever little success I have achieved, I would attribute 60% of my success to the practical training that I got during the articleship period. And the students have to themselves take this articleship training very seriously. Then at final level, your job will become much easy. For CA course, it goes without saying that once you take up this course, you have to take it very seriously and keep learning continuously every day. It is not that in last 3 or 4 months when you are on leave, you prepare, appear for exam and qualify. It is this continuous study that will help you. And particularly in today's scenario, Institute offers you virtual coaching classes. They are to your advantage. But at the same time, practical subjects like accountancy, direct tax, indirect tax, in these subjects, your own practice at home, solving the questions, will definitely give you a lot of confidence when you appear for exam. So don't ignore this aspect. Take help from coaching classes, but at the same time, don't compromise on working yourself and practicing all these practical subjects yourself. One more decision that the council took, I would like to communicate to you that earlier a student could go for industrial training for minimum 9 months and maximum 11 months at the end of the articleship period. Now it was found that during the last 11 months, even if a student has taken up industrial training, because he has to go for leave for exam, he would practically be able to take industrial training for 6 months, 7 months only. So at the council, we decided that we will allow students to take industrial training for 18 months if the student so desires. In the last 18 months, and particularly in last few years, we see the trend that majority of students would like to go for a job in industry. Such industrial training would be very useful, and I would suggest that even those students who would like to go for practical, means their own practice, if they have combination of experience, articleship as well as industrial training, you would see both the sides of the table. In practice, you play advisory role. If you are in industry, you take decisions on behalf of owners. So it is substantially different, and if you have both the experiences, then you would certainly excel in your career. So take advantage of it. The institute has set up a portal for industrial training where more than 250 companies have already registered. They are desirous of taking CS students for articleship, industrial training. Now it is for students to register on this portal and choose companies where they would like to go for industrial training. We are encouraging more and more companies to come up and register on this portal. Even we are expanding the area in which you can do industrial training. Previously, under a chartered accountant, you were allowed to do industrial training only in companies, whereas now we have taken decision that you can go for industrial training even in the office of income tax appellate tribunal, high court, or SFIO, or EOW office. SFIO means serious fraud investigation officer. EOW means economic offense wing. There also you can undergo industrial training. So there is a big horizon. Our practices are expanding. We have no longer remained only tax and audit practitioners, but we are now being looked upon both by government and businessmen as business solution provider. So those chartered accountants who have taken up the role of CFO, they are now co-piloting the affairs of the company along with CEO on equal footing. So huge opportunities are available to you. Be confident that you have chosen right profession. Don't be worried by the percentage of result. All those students who take their articleship seriously, who do studies on a continuous basis, and who study the fundamentals, the principles instead of mugging. For them, there is no bar. They will definitely qualify as chartered accountant, and that too, in most of the cases, in the first attempt itself. So don't carry any baggage in your mind that this course is too difficult. Yes, it is lengthy, it covers many subjects, but to get the respect and the honor that a chartered accountant gets, it is necessary to work harder. You can't expect that you will get the same respect, remuneration, everything in the society that a BCom or MCom would get. And to get something more and something higher, to achieve higher goals, you need to be more hardworking, smart working. My best wishes to all of you, and I'm sure that you will excel in your life. And whenever it is possible, in some conference in future, we will try to meet physically also. So good luck to you. Thank you very much for inviting me to address the students today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for sharing your experience and making us, of course, realize that CA course is really something to be, proud of. And thank you so much. So now I request CA Abhishek Damni, sir, Chairman, Pune branch, to share his few views on for today. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Nihar sir, for joining us. It was a pleasure listening to you. Sir, you have told important message to all the students, and we welcome the announcement of council regarding the industrial training. Sir, I would just like to tell few initiatives of Pune ICI. Uh, Pune ICI is a vibrant branch. We are not only catering to members, but we are also actively catering to students. We have arranged few industrial training camps, and we are in touch with all the companies around also. So I really thank you for your gracious presence for this conference. The wing of students has been looked after by Samir this year, and he is actively involved, and he has planned this calendar year of, really wonderfully. So with this, I hand over for the proceeding to MOC. I would also like to thank Chitray sir for being present despite being outstationed. Even I'm sorry, I have to travel for some urgent work to my native place. But Chitray sir, thank you so much for your constant support, and we look forward for the same in future.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to one and all. I Krishna Shah.
And I, Shubham Bambure, welcome you all for a very important session from the student's point of view.
A CA final students give his exams, and after that, still if there is some articleship period is pending, he completes that period. By the time the results are generally out, and he becomes a CA.
Now, the big question comes in his mind that what to do after CA, whether to go for a practice, whether to do a job or a business, or whether to go for a further studies. As a CA, he'll be having many opportunities all over the world.
And for this purpose, we have with us an eminent speaker and eminent personality who is an experienced chartered accountant, CA Chandrasekhar Chitare.
Over to you, Chitra. Please unmute your mic, sir.
Yeah, I am audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Ram Ram Mandali, कसं काय चाललंय? So I am very glad that because of council meeting, I could not physically participate at the prestigious national conference of Pune branch of Vikasa. Honorable Chairman Vikasa, CA Samir Ladda, Honorable Chairman Pune branch, CA Abhishek Dhamne, in absentia, Secretary and Treasurer Kashinath Patare, Ruta Chitale, the coordinator, and all of you, my student friends. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to the advice of our Vice President, CA Nihar Jambusariya ji. Whatever advice he has given to you is equally applicable to all the chartered accountants available over here, and maybe we'll be discussing in panel what next. As he has rightly emphasized, that if you take practical experience during your articles time, your career would open up very fast and you will be able to function seamlessly. As far as chartered accountants are concerned, it is no more restricted to accounting and auditing. In fact, that has become one of the fields where some chartered accountants are doing it, but most of them have drifted into various other arena. Today, within the limited time available, we could not accommodate all those aspects of what next after being chartered accountant. But then maybe I'm sure that our dynamic chairman of Vikasa, Samir Ladda, and branch chairman Abhishek Dhamne can organize many more such meetings, maybe for a half day or full day, focusing only on career opportunities. And we have number of chartered accountants available with us to explain us what is to be done after graduating as a chartered accountant. You know, as far as this our course is concerned, it enables you to make reasonable thinking, rational thinking, and thereafter what is running of a business or running of an industry or running of any enterprise, it is selection of right choices. So you are trained to analyze the issue, to consider whatever alternatives are available, and then come to a right choice, right decision making. So these traits of quality, which are available in CA students when they qualify as a chartered accountants, will definitely tempt them to a bright future. Of course, when we talk this in terms of generic terms, it is also necessary to have input in specific terms. So we have selected certain disciplines, like take example, uh, international taxation. So we have available with us Sachin, who is right now uh, day in and day out involved in this international taxation, and who else would be able to explain better than Sachin? So he is there for GST practice. Although we know what is the GST, how it is to be practiced, yet it is necessary to understand what role a chartered accountant can play, so that during this time you can be more focused in taking decision and taking your practical exposure. Rushikesh will be explaining him us. We have other aspects of the practice after qualifying as a chartered accountant. You know, all the chartered accountants are taxpayers. So after earning for bread and butter, still you leave with sumptuous amount available with you. So you should know where to invest it. Again, your clients also expect that, okay, I am having crore rupees or 10 crore rupees. Then this advisory services also you can give. And Archit will be informing us about these particular aspects. Information technology, yesterday also Dayanivas Sharma told us what role information technology is playing, and therefore to know more, Shirish Deshpande, who has experience of working abroad in this information technology area in USA, and also now he is rendering services in Pune. He will be able to explain us at this juncture, or even maybe later on also you can contact him. I believe that he is physically available. And in case of our very traditional area of auditing, it is not that only statutory audit and internal audit is the forte of a chartered accountant, but besides that, maybe various other managerial services, inputs, concurrent audits, and advisory services you can do after you undertake certain auditing services and for the guidance of management. And Mohit, who is actually in this particular area, would be able to open up various aspects of this practice. And friends, these are the persons who will not only open up the area, but after qualifying as a chartered accountant, if you tap their door, they will certainly open their doors for you and welcome you in the profession. So I'm glad that all these faculties have readily agreed at very short notice. And I'm sure that in 10 minutes, they will be definitely able to deliver whatever is uh, for your consumption post qualification. Thank you and good wishes. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar sir, so much. We'll move forward with each speaker who have been there for us. We'll start with CA Sachin Sastakar sir. CA Sachin Sastakar sir is a chartered accountant. He is a partner at Sastakar Vaidya and he is a member of International Tax Committee of ICAI. I will cut down the introduction and let sir only speak. Over to you, sir, Sachin sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Honorable Vice President, Institute, Central Council member, Chitale sir, Chairman and Vice Chairman of Pune branch. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I passed out CA exam almost now 20 years back, and I thought the examination from the institute is over. But I think Chitale sir has again now put me in some different kind of an examination as to explain you what you can do in 10 minutes. So the examinations from the institute never stops. It continues. It continues to test you. So, but I think that is how the opportunity comes to you. But with whatever limited time has been allotted to me, let me just try to give you from my perspective what can be done after you become a chartered accountant. uh, I think everyone is quite familiar with the tax as a concept. When actually I passed CA course, uh, even though there was international tax being prevalent, hardly anybody actually used to get an opportunity to work in the international tax. Section 195, which is the backbone, was there at that time as well. But considering, even though I had an opportunity to work in Pune, still the opportunity to work in the international tax was not there to a great extent, and it was very much limited to certain spectrum of CA firms or some industry. But now I think everything has changed. To be very honest, when I did my articleship, or even after I became a chartered accountant, I never got the opportunity to even file a single tax return or a consultancy as far as international tax is concerned. But then, of course, that field was opening up quite fast, and one has to be little vigilant if you really want to get into a new field uh, for you, because if you do not have any particular experience, you will have to really work hard. So I think that is what was international tax 20 years back. Things have moved substantially from there. Now we have in the CA final syllabus itself a very specific paper on international tax for that matter, including a direct tax paper also has some element of international tax. So I think institute is trying its best to give you some glimpse of international tax as a topic per se. Uh, However, I personally feel that if one wants to really do a career in international tax, that much knowledge may not be sufficient, and I would sincerely urge those who would like to do career should also take diploma in international tax as a course which is designed by our own institute. That really gives you, or that really takes you to a much higher level as far as the knowledge is concerned, uh, as far as international tax is concerned. International tax, before we really speak on the opportunities, one has to really understand, if you belong to Maharashtra, let's say, you know Marathi, or you belong to Karnataka, you know Kannada, and so on and so forth. However, if you really want to move from one state to another state, you should know Hindi. And if you really want to, move from one country to another country, you should know English. So this is how it works. And on a very similar logic, be it auditing standards, now we have moved from Indian auditing standards to almost 99% convergence with international standards on auditing. Similar is the case for accounting standard. And now I think similar is the case which is happening also for international tax. Because international tax is nothing but a convergence of whatever domestic tax provisions you have and whatever has been agreed between the two countries. India has more than 90 double taxation avoidance agreements, and that is how it becomes a quite challenging task, because no two DTAAs are same. So when one say that I am practicing in direct tax law, I think knowledge of Income Tax Act 1961 is sufficient. However, once you then try to say that I am practicing in international tax, domestic tax knowledge is a prerequisite. However, then for each and every country for which you are handling that particular assignment, you have to know the DTAA with that country. And if you have an added knowledge of the domestic tax law of that other country, then you are a super specialist. However, to achieve this particular milestone, your basic knowledge of domestic tax, your knowledge about international tax, and knowledge about certain domestic tax law of other countries comes really handy when we talk about these challenges, and then the opportunities really comes up to you significantly. I think gone are the days. I think Chitale sir rightly mentioned that there were days where only audit was one of the important area of practice, or domestic tax was an important area of practice, but things have moved from those traditional areas to this type of a new area. My fellow panelists will be speaking on other topics, but on an international tax, one has to understand that broadly, if we want to say that what you can do within India and what you can do going outside India. Let me first try to take a logic of what you can do within India. So within India, of course, like for all others, you can either have your own practice or you can join industry. And in both these areas, there is a significant movement which is happening because India has opened up its economy. You will see a lot of infrastructure facilities are being done at the moment. Many foreign countries have started participating in India's GDP growth. So what do you really mean? So there are significant number of foreign countries or foreign companies, be it foreign governments or foreign companies, who have established their subsidiaries in India, and the transaction between these companies are significant in nature, which requires a good amount of knowledge of international tax and transfer pricing. And I think institute has, as I said, already has embedded some of the syllabus in the CA final syllabus itself, and post qualification course of diploma gives you a good amount of knowledge on international tax and transfer pricing. So if you want to still do a career in practice, then definitely you can think about always three aspects. Either you go on consultancy, or you can go with the compliance function, or third is always the litigation. So always these three functions opens up in any for that matter, in any discipline which you want to really go. When it comes to consultancy, there are number of projects which are coming in into India which needs to be properly advised as to what exactly is the nature of service which the non-resident would like to provide it in India. Is there going to be a tax in India? What should be the tax rate? Because whenever any Indian resident tries to make a payment, he will withhold the tax at the time of making that payment to non-resident. So the consultancy aspects immediately chips in. Whether there is a possibility of permanent establishment which is getting created because of this particular transaction which he would like to conduct in Indian soil. Similarly, once this consultancy is done, there is a function of compliance. So you'll have to file a tax return or a transfer pricing report or a 44 DA report. So there are a number of tax compliances which definitely chips in where you can have a professional opportunity. And mind well, this is one of the field which where the non-residents are willing to remunerate you handsomely. So not necessarily, chartered accountant should always go for a low remunerative work. I would say once you put a lot of hard work and your intelligence is enough to give the services of either consultancy or the compliance or litigation, you will be paid really good for this type of a work. Of course, they always expect a professionalism, and I think CA Institute always teaches you this. So with this professionalism and aptitude, you can really do wonders as far as international tax, in the domestic tax, within India, as far as the practice is concerned. uh, as I said, in the initial period of my own career, I never got an opportunity. However, then I moved slowly in this area. I learned a lot. Possibly, one has to really be patient enough to start really understanding what is international tax. Um, just to give you an example, whatever is happening at the international tax changes at the moment, a substantial part started in 2014 and 15. So if you really want to do some career in this, you cannot just start now and start giving services. You'll have to invest some good amount of time for enriching your own knowledge. So if you start now, there is a significant amount of development which is going to happen in the next 2 3 years on the digital taxes. Everyone is working, be it Indian government or also, for that matter, the international bodies. I don't know, possibly you might have heard, US has recently, taken an action or planning to take an action against India for introducing its equalization levy. So I think a lot of things are happening on international tax front, but one has to be patient enough, keep on, reading what is really happening today, so that in the next 3 years it will be, thing of the present later. At the same time, when I say about litigation, uh, there could be authority of advance ruling, or you can go for a lower withholding tax certificate when the non-resident comes to India, or for that matter, once the return is filed, there could be an assessment, there could be a litigation at the DRP level, and so on and so forth. So very much similar to domestic tax, there is a good amount of opportunities which are there in the international tax for consultancy, compliance, and litigation. At the same time, when we are talking about you want to still work in India, but not in consultancy, but you would like to go to the industry. Similar challenges are faced in the industry because nowadays, as I said, you may get an opportunity to work in the tax department of a subsidiary of a foreign company, where the substantial amount of transaction actually happens with the different companies across the globe. And as I said, each and every time you make a payment, there has to be an application of mind whether it is taxable in India or not. And every DTAA is different. So it is almost, you are reading 90 Income Tax Act and one more of our own whenever you want to really, apply the principles there. But a lot of opportunity are still there. In fact, additionally, which was not there earlier, many Indian companies have now, foreign subsidiaries. So take a simple example of Tata, but otherwise also many other companies also have an Indian head office and having subsidiaries outside India. A similar kind of an opportunities are there, when you do a structuring of that transaction, be it inbound structuring or be it outbound structuring. Tax is, fortunately or unfortunately, is the first thing which comes to everyone's mind. How to plan it well. I think gone are the days where you would like to really, have an aggressive tax plan, but a reasonable tax plan is certainly acceptable at across the globe. Even today, a lot of things are happening at the international tax forum, including recently concluded multilateral instruments, which one has to be quite aware of. But I think these are the challenges and these are the opportunities if you really want to continue your career, be it in practice or be it in industry within India. I would be failing in my duties, if I do not inform you in this quick time about things are also opening up for chartered accountant outside India, for that matter. Uh, just to think of it, when one, if someone wants to really understand Income Tax Act, OECD is the first abbreviation which he has to understand. Without OECD, it is impossible for you, to really understand, what's really happening at the international tax forums or OECD or UN tax committees are there. There are a lot of opportunities. You can do an internship with those prime organization itself, uh, including, there is a discussion which is going on, including at United Arab Emirates, that they are introducing corporate taxation. I think my fellow panelists will definitely touch upon indirect tax. When it opened up, similar things could open up for you because there was no corporate tax in UAE earlier. They had only corporate tax for oil companies and bank branches, but now they are thinking about having a corporate taxation in UAE, Middle East countries. That's an immediate area where they are looking for experts. And Indian law, I would say not complex, but it's comprehensive law, gives you an added edge that you can, with the law knowledge, Indian tax knowledge or international tax knowledge, you can move to Middle East and aspire to become a good tax implementer there itself. In addition to that, I am being told that the transfer pricing law, as far as India is concerned and African countries are concerned, they are quite similar. So again, those countries become accessible to you if you want to really do a career there. So I think sky is the limit. You want to go to US, you want to go to European countries or any other Asian countries. The moment you have a good amount of knowledge as far as international tax is concerned, you are above as compared to the others, and because the language is logically the same. I would not say it is the same because every country will have its completely different domestic tax. However, the language to discuss, becomes little easier once you know international tax, because international tax overrides most of the time the domestic tax law. Similar is the case even in India. Section 90 of Indian income tax definitely says that whenever more beneficial, DTAA will override the domestic tax law, and similar are the provisions in many other countries as well. So I think with the limited time which was given to me, I believe I must have given you some kind of a glimpse as to what one can do with the knowledge of international tax in the domestic CA practice or in domestic industry practice and also outside. And anyone would like to know more, please feel free to connect with me. I'll be really happy to share my knowledge, be it technical or be it procedural, with those who would like to really take their career in this particular field, and achieve the success. I think with this, I hand it over to Chitalesh sir. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity and a short time. I hope I have passed at least at a 50% level as far as the institute's examination is concerned.
Well, thank you, Sachin. It was really a wonderful advice. What the speaker has advised and what our president Atul Kumar Gupta also says, that it is not the hard working, but it is the smart working that is required. And just to put it in a couplet, वो उनकी गलियारों में 100 चक्कर लगाते रहे, वो उनकी गलियारों में 100 फेरे लगाते रहे, कोई आया और सिर्फ 7 फेरे लेके उसे उठा ले गया. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with the knowledge of international taxation. We move forward to our next speaker, CA Rishikesh Wangde, sir. CA Rishikesh Wangde is a Vikasa chairman of Satara branch of ICI, who will be enlightening us with about GST. Over to you, Rishikesh, sir.
Thank you, Rohan. First of all, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Rohan, for a brief introduction. I'm very grateful to Chitresh sir for giving me this opportunity. I'm thankful to Pune ICI. First of all, I would like to mention the hard working done by this full team of Samir sir and all Pune Vikasa team. This is very wonderfully organized program, and once again I thanks for inviting me for this session. GST is the very well-known sector for all the CAs as well as CA students, but still there are many unexplored areas in GST which can be tapped after becoming a CA. Not only CA, while also studying also, you have to plan for what you will be doing next after becoming CA. So I will be giving you in the brief what are the various aspects or various roles in which you can practice as a chartered accountant. First of all, the major area which has been opened up by the GST is the accounting. Accounting में बहुत सारा development हो चुका है, and accounting GST has opened up many role for accountants. So one area which we can practice is as an accounting, so which we can tap it. Second area is GST return filing. GST return filing, the compliance work which everybody is doing up. Third is very well known, that is appeals and litigation practice. I recommend many students and the professionals, okay, appeals and litigation practice will be the very lucrative area which will be opened up due to the GST. There are various notifications, circulars issued day by day. So this creates a little bit confusion, and various disputes will be get arise. So to get resolved, there will be appeals, and all this process will require chartered accountants. So this is the one of the area which has been opened up due to the GST. Also, chartered accountants are not only accountants; they are business advisor, business solution providers. So in this GST sector also, GST era also, chartered accountants are required, and chartered accountants are very well equipped with this vast knowledge. CA panel, after clearing all this CA panel, you get expertise, at least expertise in various subjects, various sectors. So we can advise our clients properly, and we can give them very value added services. So this should be the area which you should focus on. One more important sector which has been opened up due to GST is the training services. If you have in-depth knowledge of GST, you can आप ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हो accountants को, clients को, businesses को. That is one of the important area which you can check it up, and you can get it as a professional service. You can give training services to everyone. So that is the one area which has been untapped till now. CS should come up in this sector. And one more important thing which has been very important that I wanted to put up to you. GST has opened not GST has not opened opportunities only in India, but it has also opened opportunities across the globe, especially Middle East countries like Dubai, UAE. इन सारे कंट्रीज में भी जीएसटी इंप्लीमेंट हो रहा है. तो फॉर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ दिस जीएसटी, chartered accountants are required, and Indian chartered accountants are well equipped, and many CS, Indian CS are working there. So we have very much potential and very much scope in the future to serve in these countries also. That will be very important one. And so with this brief aspects within which I had given a short time, I covered these important areas which wherein after CS you have to play a role in these sectors. And with this short session, I thank you, ICA and Chitra sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I hand over back to Chitra sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Rishikesh sir. We move forward to our next speaker, who is CA Mohit Dhand sir. CA Mohit Dhand sir's expertise lies in internal audit, risk and advisory. He is a contributor to ebook on office management manual for members in practice, and he'll be speaking on management audit. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Student Skill Enrichment Board, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Pune branch of WIRC and Vikas of ICAI for organizing this national conference, wonderful national conference for CA students, and giving me opportunity to talk to these rising stars. I would like to special thanks Pune branch office bearers and CV Chitle Saab to giving me opportunity and come to this platform. Guys, today I'm talking about the opportunities for the CA students in management and advisory services, which will include the consulting, internal audit, and management services. Friends, management audit is a new concept altogether. Management audit is basically the audit of the management, where we assess, analyze the strategies, the actions, the policies that is being taken by the management to see if it is within the interest of the organization, it is in the benefit of the organization, it is benefit of the shareholders. And friends, believe me, the chartered accountants like us, having a diverse knowledge and diverse skill set, has a huge scope in this area. And I would say not more than ever, this management service and internal audit, including the advisory services, is recognized as one of the key pillar of the overall governance structure of the organizations. Why this has happened? This has happened due to the change in the dynamic business environment has been changing. There has been past, I would say, corporate wrongdoings, and constantly risk failure has led this management and advisory services to be one of the spotlight for the corporates. Friends, while management is busy in day-to-day activities, in day-to-day operations of the organizations, they need someone, experts like us, who can give a holistic picture to the organization, who can see what is going on today, and anticipate, assure what is going to be in the future. Have they built a right strategy? Are they utilizing their resources properly? So this is, this is an area where we assess, we analyze the performance of the management and each department in the management to see if it is within the interest of the organization, and with this action will the organization be able to reach its objective. And here comes the role of the management and internal auditor. Management auditor and even, the advisors are inside outsiders who help the organization basically to understand from the third party point of view, and who increase the efficiency and make the organization future oriented. Friends, the exposure that we get, I will share my experience also, because I started with my technical practice and later on I got chance to get into advisory, internal audit, management audit. Why I'm benchmarking internal audit with the management audit is basically the management audit is a new concept, and so, it will take the same direction of an internal audit. So the exposure that we get, because you are interviewing, you are talking, you are meeting the top leaders of the business, because you are working with the board, you are talking with the stakeholders, and you are closely monitoring what actions have been taken by the business leaders for today and the decade after, what strategy they are making for the business, and how the business will grow. You are the part of that strategy when you are in advisory or management consulting. And also, I say that management audit, internal audit, and advisory has shifted the focus or perspective of an audit from a cost center to a profit center. Why? Because the recommendations, the inputs that as an advisor at a management consulting we give to management, and the benefit that they get with that inputs is much higher. And and we also want the fruits of the hard work, and if management is benefiting or organization is benefiting of your recommendation or the work that we are doing, definitely your remuneration is on the premium side in this sector. And I was just going through the mission, and thanks for Ruta Chutle ma'am to giving making me address this 20 mission 2030 of ICI. I see, if you follow this mission and vision of 2030 of ICI, I would say, this is something which is definitely, if we follow that, you are going to it will be a very useful thing for you, because uh, it will take you to a global professional with a very transparent approach, and that is what the need of the business is. Now, friends, I will talk about what skill set is required to become a good management and internal auditor. Definitely, being a chartered accountant is in itself a very good professional skill. But what skills we additionally need is understanding of the business processes, system, and culture. How exactly the business works from inside and out is the key to understand, to give the consulting to the organization. Behavioral aspect is also one of the key factor, because you are interviewing people, you are talking to the top managements, business leaders, uh, process owners. So you need to understand, you need what questions to be asked, how it has to be asked, and how you can get the right, because everything will not come from the numbers, because you are talking about future, you are talking about strategies. So you need to communicate well to understand what exactly is in their mind. You need to have a courage to speak out the hard questions and give the feedback to the management which they might not like to hear sometimes. Critical thinking, independence, leadership, analyticals, and IT knowledge is must, but I would say this will develop over the period. But if you have an interest in this area, definitely you can learn with your. What are the advantages of working as a management and internal auditor? I would say the advisory and internal audit, and combining with the management audits, is within the top three of the most wanted professional need as on today. And I would say there's a luxury of being able to choose, because the demand of the advisory role and internal auditor is more than the candidates. And I vouch for it, because when we recruit for this particular domain, definitely it's a challenge to get a candidates, because I see that the availability of the candidates in particularly in these kind of management services is availability is little lower. The demand has increased by more than 50% in last year. And the good part I like about this is, you are in a human contact. You are the only person who know in and out of the organization, in and out of the all the departments. And as an expert of that department, because you interact so much with people, you understand the business inside. So there's a human contact, demand is high, salaries are strong, and I would say in this particular scenario, it is a corporate spotlight. If I talk about the career path, you start with, I would say, audit executive or advisory executive, and this can lead you to a management positions, and I would say up to CEO. The bottom line of this management advisory services is to become a trusted advisor. I'll conclude my session by leaving some food for thoughts for you to decide your career path ahead. Uh, do you like solving the problems and offering your expert insights? Do you want to gain fundamental and invaluable knowledge about the way business works from inside? Do you want to build confidence in an ever-changing and complex world? Are you passionate about turning numbers into a useful insight? If you are an analytical mind, love delving deeper into the details, but never lose sight of the big picture, I would say then you are the right candidate to be in the management advisory services. Once again, I would like to thank Pune branch and Chitle sir for giving me this platform to talk to these rising stars. Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit sir. Now we move forward to with our next speaker, who is CA Shirish Deshpande sir. CA Shirish Deshpande sir is a chartered accountant and a CISA. Uh, he has been conducting various system audits as a team member, and our audit includes SAP, Oracle, WAP functionality audits and risk assessment reviews. Thanks. Short.
Very good morning and nice to be here. Thanks, Chitra sir. Thanks, Pune branch. Thanks, the dignitaries on dais, Ladda sir, Chitra madam, and speakers like Bharat Patak. Friends, my presentation is already there, and I will be requesting organizers to share with the participants, since the 10 minutes will just open up the start of the area, and I will not be able to give the justice in the 10 minutes what is to be done in the future in the information technology, wherein mission 230, as mentioned, is quietly going to change chartered accountants professions drastically. For the chartered accountants who are already established in the practice, they will also require to change. They are working, they need to learn so many things. I need not go into that learnings, but I will focus on what you need to do as a student today. And I'm sure you all will be the chartered accountants in sooner time. And after that, what is to be done? First, let me tell you, just go to the next slide. I'm going to share with you the recipe of thought. I'm not going to talk much more details about what agenda is put by myself. So many things can be done in the technology. You think you will be able to do. First, as a chartered accountant, as a student, as an article clerk, or as an auditor, you have to learn from today onwards what tools of the technology available for me and which can be made use for my clients. Your specialization in the technology is very much essential even for carrying out your normal audits. Not only the career in the IT, career of the IT, yes, definitely the focus, but that comes the latter. Once you equip yourself to do audit of the computer system, whatever financial audits you are doing, you require to do a drastic change. Going forwards, you have to be very versatile in the technology. It is not at all a one area, but many areas. Now, I will focus on 3 or 4 areas where you can make 100% a different types of career. So many startup activities are going to come in the coming days. So many clients who are shifting their business from their traditional methodology to the technology based methodology. But does this mean that all the businesses will be taken away from the normal to the technology? Not at all. In India, we are lucky that we have 50% business still dependent on the traditional methodology, cash, and agriculture. So definitely the chartered accountants or the students who want to be going anywhere, the bread and butter will still be a normal practice. So definitely based on normal practice and getting other career opportunity should be the focus of everyone in the life. Once you become a chartered accountant, first and topmost priority of you, you must get through the DISA examination. The institute has designed and updated the fantastic course of DISA, which is Indianized version of the CISA. CISA is the international certification and DISA is Indianized version of the CISA. So definitely the DISA, which is now updated to the 50% practical training and 50% theory practice, you must pass a DISA examination. DISA will be the starting point of your career. That is not at all a end only to getting the bank audits, but that will open up your thought process in your mind that what next you can do and how best that can be used. Next is institute has also, before that, I will just tell you that if you get through the DISA, you must try certain international certification like CISA. CISA is an international certification. Many multinational companies, though they recognize the DISA, the CISA will give you the horizon of the world. In the world, what type of things and systems are going to happen. I am going to share with you some of the websites which you can be linked for your study material or what you want to do next. The institute also developed a fantastic course which will be a 50% technology and 50% forensic accounting and fraud detection. That is also one of the fantastic course one you must think after passing the examination. The next area of interest will be the artificial intelligence and the business analytics. Institute has announced many courses for that, but I will recommend to you that artificial intelligence and data analytics is altogether a ocean. Means what you want to learn, definitely you can search and find the appropriate courses, but even in normal working, normal as a chartered accountant advice, even those courses will be useful for your career. Next important area is ERP, enterprise resources planning, and chartered accountants are in much more demand as the finance consultant in any ERP product. The SAP financial consultant are most demanding persons today, and they are always in short. For that, what you need to do after passing a CA course, you must learn one product, either SAP, Oracle, or any local ERP product. Why? You have to work on that product and simultaneously acquire the certification. Only acquiring certification in ERP will not be useful because it is all a memory game. That what is a learning model and what is the application. So simultaneously learning one of the product is a fantastic idea to if you want to go into the ERP. For any technological education or technology area which you want to achieve, you must see that what practical work you can do and get attached to it. You learn one product and in lifelong that product will help you to generate enough money and switch over your careers. Similarly, after passing a CA, if you have enough interest in the banking area, you can shift your focus to the banking softwares and learn the banking softwares, work with the technological company as a chartered accountant, always in both cases, ERP and banking software. Since you are a chartered accountant, you are a domain expert. You know the internal auditing, you know the internal controls, you know the basic accounting, and that role always required by the software companies to be performed by the chartered accountants only. That area is exclusive for the chartered accountant, the domain expertise. Domain expertise added with the technological knowledge of that product is going to give you a lot of areas further in your life. Uh, Also, one another area or next interesting area will be the testing of the software. The software companies, they are coming out all their products and they require a people who can test the software. And for the accounting products or any business related product, the chartered accountants are the expert persons who will understand exactly that how the charter, that software should perform, and for the testing, that the international site is also there, that international certification is there, II, sorry, ISTQB, and that will be shared with you. Along with that, one more area for your practice will be the business analyst. This examination is also international examination, and the chartered accountant having a knowledge of business and having a knowledge of the software development can work as a bridge between business and software development. The software people do not understand business fully, and business people do not understand the software fully. The chartered accountant can play a very important role as a bridge in between. Next important area which is going to come in very big way in next 2-3 years is data protection bill. Data protection bill is tabled in the parliament, and I'm sure the government will pass it, because they have given promise to the Supreme Court that data protection bill will be in the place by the end of the March. So if they don't get the extension, definitely the, what is the important function of the data protection role is all persons who are carrying the business with the help of the customer's information is required to be stored in the computer format or computer system with the permission of the owners. The currently the situation what we are facing over the WhatsApp, the data which our data is there, how that can be stored, how that can be shared. But you should not worry about the WhatsApp, because we have already given everything of us to the Google. Already Google knows where you are moving, which hotel you are going. Your all data is already with Google. Definitely, but one precaution I will tell you, whatever new regulation will come, your client is going to come to you and ask, because of this regulation, what is the necessary I need to comply. So data protection bill will be a big playing area for the chartered accountants. See the example, a chartered accountants, yourself, lawyers and doctors, they are the target people. They are using their clients data like anything. Our office, just imagine how we store the information. The client will tell you that how my information will be stored on your computer, and your clients will require your help that how the computer system should have the controls. For example, doctors currently they are storing all the information about the patient in their machine. They are sharing that information. It is now a practice, but because of the data protection bill, lot of things will be changed. Next important area will be the cyber laws. Information Technology Act, a day to day, the frauds in the banking sector, online, every day we are opening the paper and a lot of frauds are happening. You as a chartered accountant, having knowledge of the Information Technology Act, having knowledge of the cyber laws, can play very important role along with the lawyers for the litigation of these frauds, finding out what is the remedial action, what is the process, and what precautions are necessary. We are going to run a lot of awareness program through the institute and so many platforms. So definitely that is one of the area, Information Technology Act and the data protection data protection bill is one of the important area. Now, since the time is very short, I'm going to share with you all my presentation. I'm requesting you that you have to think from today onwards how you can get into the technology. When in your life, whatever opportunity comes to you first, you must take. If you think that, okay, I will do this, and then I will start career, don't do like that. Because of the technology, things are changing dynamically. You have always open opportunity to change your plan every month, every year, every 3 years. So you just now focus for the 2 to 3 years and then take your career on that. From today onwards, I will request you, whenever in the newspaper, if you see any the technological news, any fraud, any crime, anything, you must go to the root of that fraud, and that is a learning of the technology. That will the beginning of the technology, and then thereafter you can go to the many heights. Thank you very much for the Institute of Chartered Accountant giving me this 10 minutes time. I'm sure that I have finished within 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirish sir, for guiding us through. And we move forward with our next speaker for the day, CA Archit Dole sir, who will be speaking about investments. Archit Dole sir.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I share my screen? Apparently, I'm not able to do it.
Technical team.
So now you check, your PPT will share.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Is it up now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Respected dignitaries, members, and students of the institute, a very good morning. I'll make it quick because I know we are behind schedule. So I'll take this opportunity to wish you a very happy new year, first of all. Okay. If you have been following markets lately, and I know many of you do because CA students is a very inquisitive lot about stock markets. The frontline indices, at least as the Nifty and the Sensex, they have been creating new highs day after day. So on this high note, let's deep dive into some of the opportunities that the markets offer. Note that I'm going to talk about capital markets. So capital markets is a big ocean. Stock markets is just a part of capital markets. Okay. So debt is also a part of capital markets. So equity and debt, both places there are opportunities. So I'll try to quickly go through the flow chart that that you see on your screen. So the first to the left, you see an unorthodox part, which is active trading. I had to include this. The reason is simple. 24 lakh demat accounts were opened in India for the quarter ended June 30th, 2020. That's the kind of exuberance that we are seeing, and they are typically called as the Robinhood investors. But I'm happy that the taboo that trading had is now fading away. Now people understanding the fact that trading is more of a con based, more like a probabilistic model, just like maybe weather forecasting is. So if you are a person who has that adrenaline rush and wants to be an active trader, then the opportunity that you can look for is in proprietary trading firms. So proprietary trading firms are firms which allow you to trade on their capital. Okay, so imagine a trading floor, and you get a seat on the trading floor. So when you get a seat on the trading floor, they'll pay you a percentage of the profits that you make for the firm. For an example, the firm like Futures First. Okay, so that firm, it does hire CAs. Okay, and I mean, if you don't want to be a part of the proprietary trading firm, of course you can trade for yourself. What do you need? You need a strong quant analysis. You need to go back to the mathematical books and reopen the regression, understand standard deviation. You need to learn about price action, and you need to invest in technologies like learning Python. Because when you want to build a quant model, the most important thing is backtesting, and knowing tech like Python is surely going to help you. If I want to give a very brief advice for a layman who is just starting, I don't support any broker, but starting with Zeroda's Varsity is something that can really help you. Then there are chartered market technicians analytical book which you can go through to form your fundamental base in trading the markets. I would have loved to spend more time on this, but I'll jump to the next section. The next section is more of a passive one. It's, as I mentioned, it's capital market investment related research, including private equity. So these are the heads. These are the different industry heads. First one is very obvious. Those are the asset management companies. Example, the HDFCs and the UTIs of the world. So what you need to go into these AMCs. So this 1, 2, and 3, they basically have the same requirements. One is strong understanding of financials and economy. So one reason I feel that CAs excel at this is because our interpretation of financials is very strong. You give a balance sheet, you give a full set of financials to a CA, and he'll know what is going on with that company, with that organization. And more importantly, what's important is to link the macro to the micro. So when I say macro to macro linking is extrapolating the profits. I mean, everybody knows, right, that market discounts the future. Okay, so the future earnings are discounted, and that is how the present value is calculated. So if our GDP is say, supposed to grow at 7%, that's not going to happen this year. But if it's going to grow at 7%, then which sector will have how much share of growth share of GDP, and then correlating that to the growth share of a particular corporation. I think that is something where CAs are really good. And if you want to build on that skill, you need to be in the market. I always feel that market is like a sport. I mean, you cannot learn how to score a century by just sitting in the pavilion, right? You have to start playing games at least at the domestic level. That's how markets are. You need to be in the market, start being in the market. Even for the earlier part that I was talking about trading, just venture out into the market with a very, very small sum of money. Okay, read newspapers on a very, very daily basis. Go through multiple reports that you receive. There are n number of free reports that you receive that are available on the internet. And once you read through reports, once you go through different annual reports, another point is annual reports, which I wanted to mention. Target something like on a weekly basis you'll cover one annual report. I mean, that's not much, right? On a Sunday, you can always spend 2 hours reading about Reliance annual report. You'll get a whole lot of insight into the company, what it's doing. And then what you can do is you can maybe filter out certain parameters. Like, suppose you are a person who does not want a leveraged company, then debt equity ratios is you can look at. Then how effective is the company utilizing its fixed assets? You can look at fixed assets turnover. And then you can use something called as a charting.com. So that's a site which screens stocks based on specific set of parameters. Okay, so if you're not a CA, I mean, it doesn't matter. Start your journey now. Start playing in the markets now. Start looking at sectors now. Start filtering out the stocks and see how they perform. See how good you are at maybe predicting the momentum of a stock. Now we have a budget around the corner. So if you maybe if you're forecasting that government will come up with a concept called as bad bank, maybe some public sector banks, they might be a good play for this budget. So start venturing into the market is what I would tell. Slowly and steadily you'll gain the momentum and the trajectory will be clear. And this starting early, like starting even before you are a chartered accountant, will definitely give you an edge when you go for these interviews in these big AMCs, because you know exactly what you're answering. And if you take a look at the boxes below, I have mentioned what's the final destination. I feel whenever you start any journey, it's very important to know what the final destination is, so that you have a very clear growth trajectory. Like if you join a AMC, you'll join like an equity research analyst, and your ultimate goal is to be the fund manager for that AMCs. I mean, it's a very proud thing for all. Just Google how many fund managers are chartered accountants. I think there are more than 50 fund managers who are chartered accountants. That's a very proud thing to have. Then the second one is PMS and wealth management firms. Again, those are, I would say, those are different entities and different business models altogether, but the research involved is pretty much the same. It's only that they are customer centric. PMS is portfolio management services. They offer tailored investment services to clients, mostly high net worth individual clients. And wealth management firms are the ones which provide a bouquet of services. Like they'll also give tax planning, also succession planning. So this is something, I mean, if you want to start something by yourself, this is something that you can focus at. But as I said, right, these entities, they are heavily regulated. This is a heavily regulated sector. So you need to gain experience into these fields, right? And before starting something for yourself, so I would suggest that before starting something by yourself, just gain some experience by working into this industry. Again, the trajectory is same. Again, I've given example like ICICI, Motilal, all these biggies have their own PMS as well as wealth management arms. Then the third one is research firms, consultancy firms. For example, Crisil or any full service broker like Motilal. So if you have an account, right, every morning you'll receive an email that this is our morning research report. So who writes that report? So there is a team, research team, who is working on that report, which is published on a almost daily basis. Okay, so when you join a firm, they're typically called as the sell side research firms. Okay, sell side in the sense that they um, so the end user is not known. Okay, buy side research is something when uh, you basically do the research and you buy the securities, or you provide research to a firm who is, to a fund manager who is going to buy that securities. So this is a sell side research. So Crisil, it's into buy as well as sell side. But the research firms, again, the trajectory would be that when you join, you'll be working on a particular segment, like say oil and gas. Then you'll be looking into ONGCs, GAIL, and the entire, yeah, the entire gas space. Yeah, I'll make it quick. Okay, so and the trajectory is to be the lead analyst. Then the next one is in-house research. So in-house research is, sorry, somebody raised their hands. Does somebody have a question?
So you can continue, sir.
Okay. So next one is in-house research. In-house research is corporate treasury and institutions like insurance companies. Now imagine a company who has had a very good quarter. Okay, nice, some 300 crores of cash profit. Now, right? I mean, apart from working capital, or say maybe working capital plus 10%, you don't need that capital in the business. You don't need that cash in the business. So keeping that cash idle is a loss to that business. So who takes that decision? There are treasury functions within big corporates who decide, okay, so we had 300 crores of cash profit. Our working capital and a buffer requirement is around 150 crores. So 150 crores is what we are going to invest. So you can also be a part of these corporate treasuries. Big corporates always have a treasury function within them, and institutions like insurance companies. I mean, how often have you heard that LIC is on a buying spree? Okay, so institutions like insurance companies, they have in-house research functions, and they invest heavily into the markets. Okay, so joining a treasury function and or an insurance company will finally lead you to a path where you will be the chief investment officer for that corporate or in an insurance company. The last one, not the last one, but that's a very niche space which I'm going to talk about. It's private equity, venture capital, and hedge fund. The reason I am saying that it's a very niche space, it's because they work with a very limited workforce. Okay, they work with a very limited workforce, and they hire the best of the lot because a lot of money is involved, a lot of money is at stake. So a friendly advice here: if you want to crack into these private equities, venture capital, and hedge funds, what you need to do is you need to be a seer anchor. That will make the job easy for you. It's not that other people are not welcome, but if you are a ranker, I think the job is very much easy for you, or at least the doors will be easily opened for you.
Uh, Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session. It was very informative. Now I will request Ruta ma'am to share her views quickly.
Good morning, everyone. Don't worry, I'm not going to share my views for a very long time. It's Before I begin, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais, especially Shirish Deshpande sir, Mohit Dand, and dignitaries of the dais, SB Zavre sir, Patki sir, my husband, as well as my senior partner, and Bharat Pathak sir. Also the juries who are going to now see the paper presentations, Shobna Gado ma'am, Shashikant Lonekar sir, and Narendra Garwar sir. With so many dignitaries here also on the screen virtually who have connected with us, my very close acquaintance, Mr. Sachin Sastakar, and other also who were really very nice and told us so many things. But what I would like to, not exactly my views, but I would like to sum up with a small story, thanks to WhatsApp, that I got this story. It is about, see, now we are into Mission 2030, where we are all about to become global entrepreneurs, global chartered accountants. So for them, it is about a Stanford. This is a story which happened at Stanford Business School. What happened there? once at a class of business school, say maybe it was an entrepreneurship class, where they were given one what you say, a task. They were given $5, 2 hours, and 3 minutes slot to present before the entire class as to what they could earn or how to multiply the dollars. Because it was an entrepreneurship class, they had to duplicate, multiply the $5 which were given to them. So typically, some of the classes, some of the teams, the entire class was distributed into teams, and one of the teams, or rather three or four teams, came up with a typical thought that what to do with $5. Go for a lemonade, buy lemons. Some people said that okay, let's buy some material for soaps. Some people said that okay, let's have a lottery ticket. Many ideas to duplicate, multiply the $5. But unfortunately, they were the last people in the class. So some one of the teams thought of a brilliant idea. They thought that this $5 is really something which is distracting, and we must look at those 2 hours. So what they did for 2 hours, they made some reservations at very busy restaurants, and they sold these reservations to some people who did not want to wait. And this was where they got some few $100. But you would be surprised to know that even these people, this team, were still not the winners. Now, who were the winners? You must understand that the team which won understood that the $5 as well as the 2 hours is also a distraction. So they went in for that 3 minute slot. You know what they did? They sold this 3 minute slot to a particular people who wanted to recruit the Stanford people. So they sold this particular slot, 3 minute slot of presentation at $650, and they were the winners. The entire point of this whole story is that we as chartered accountants should also know the difference between tact and strategy. What is strategy? A strategy is a plan to do something. And what is tact? The tact is a set of actions to complete this strategy. Many people use this word synonymously, but that's not the case. You should always remember that tact and strategy definitely go together hand in hand, and you must plan to do what you want. So this mission 2030, all the speakers have given you some plan, but you would require tact, some thought to fulfill your plan. And I think as CA Nihar and Jambuzaria sir said, that articleship is one of the good strategies, I would say. So please look at it with tact, complete it properly, and then you are sure, and even I am sure, that someday we will also be one of the people who would give Stanford executives a run for their money. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruta ma'am. Now we'll felicitate our speakers. I will request Samir sir and Rinki to felicitate Shirish sir. I will request Ruta ma'am and Monica to felicitate Mohit sir. I will I will request Monica to give the vote of thanks for the session.
I would like to thank CA Nihar Jambusaria sir, Vice President, Pune ICI. He explained us importance of articleship. He also highlighted the points that article industrial training is now extended to 11 months from 11 months to 18 months. Now he can article can also do his industrial training for 18 months. This is a very good decision, and everyone is I mean all the articles are uh, all the articles are really happy And I would like to thank CA Chandrasekhar Chite sir, Central Council member, CA Sachin Jastakar sir, CA Rishikesh Mangde sir, CA Mohit Dhad, CA Sachin Deshpande, CA Archit Dhole, our eminent speaker uh, who who explained knowledge and uh, who explained knowledge uh, and also enlightened our our thoughts. I would like to thank CA Abhishek Dhamne sir, Chairman Pune branch, CA Samir Ladda, Vice Chairman Pune branch, Ruta Chitre, uh, and also all the dignitaries and my colleague Rinki Kithani for joining us. We also look forward for that is we have joined CA Bharat Pathak sir, CA SB Zavre sir. We also look forward for your uh, for your guidance to explore our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica. We'll start our next session, which is technical session 3 about finance. I will hand over the MOC to Ria.
रेडी क्या प्रणव प्रणव के रेडी
हाँ रेडी रहेगा, नहीं था तो ठीक है ना, विकास का टीम हम जाके लेके आ जाएंगे। हाँ रूल्स बोलना है,
रूल्स नहीं पता बोलो
each member will get each member will get 15 minutes. First bell will get 10 minutes, second 12, third 15. खत्म बताइए।
ओके ठीक है जूरीज के नाम ले लें लेकिन जूरीज के नाम अभी लेना
हाँ जूरीज फॉर द डे फॉर द कॉन्फ्रेंस
फॉर द सेशन
सेम ही है,
सब सेम है क्या फॉर द कॉन्फ्रेंस फॉर डे 3 आर ऐसे बोलते थे
ऐसे ही बोला तो वही आता है।
ओके
तुम मत बोल, इससे फेलिसिटेशन आपको नहीं पता है, मेरे को वैलिडेटर में करना है।
एसबी जावरे सर का
अभी नहीं करना है,
पाठक सर का फेलिसिटेशन एसबी जावरे सर करेंगे। हाँ
कुछ चलो सेशन दा पाठक सर सेशन में देसा हमारा ते मला नंतर समजलं की सेशन
काइंडली बी सीटेड We are starting with our technical session 3. Kindly be seated. I request all the CA students to be seated as we are starting with the technical session 3 for the day.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Let us begin with the technical session 3 for the day 3. I request Vikasa team members to kindly escort our session chairman for the day, CA Bharat Pathak, CA SB Zavre, and the other dignitaries.
CA Bharat Pathak is the director at Wealth Managers India Private Limited, one of the leading mutual fund distributor in Pune, and is registered with SEBI as a portfolio management service. He also delivers speeches and guides various seminars and sessions organized by the Pune Stock Exchange, Sakar Papers, and Rotary Club, to name a few. He was also a rank holder during intermediate and was offered the best paper in tax planning and management in CA final and had an AIR 24 in CA final. Please welcome CA Bharat Pathak, a leading financial consultant and a session chairman for the day. I request CA SB Zavre to kindly felicitate our session chairman for the day, CA Bharat Pathak. Thank you, Zavri sir. Finance, a broad term that describes the activities associated with banking, leverage, debt, credit, capital markets, money, as well as investments. Basically, finance represents money management and the process of acquiring needed funds. In CA curriculum, we were introduced to this world of finance in CA Intermediate Paper 3, that is Financial Management and Economics for Finance, and further dive deep into Paper 2 of CA Final, that is Strategic Financial Management. So let's move ahead with our paper presentations that we have for today. The first paper is going to be presented by Mr. Mohit Sunil Rohra, and its topic is wealth creation, maintenance, and growth. I would like to repeat the rules for the sessions. You will be given 15 minutes. The first bell will be rung at 10 minutes, the second at 12, and the third and final at 15 minutes. Over to you, Mohit.
So very good morning to one and all present here. Sorry for the delay. Myself Mohit Arora, and today I am here to present on the topic of wealth creation, maintenance and growth. To begin with a fun fact, as per a report by the World Economic Forum, it is proved that in the entire world, only 1% of the population holds for 40% of the total wealth. So what is the thing that discriminates the other 99% of the population with the 1%? That is the simple art of wealth creation, wealth maintenance and growth. So here are the discussion outlines. First is we'll understand with the help of a brief illustrative example that what the concept of wealth creation, maintenance and growth actually is. Then we'll understand what wealth actually is. Rather than from a financial aspect, it differs a lot. Then we'll understand some of the novel ways to create wealth, to maintain wealth and to grow wealth. So first let's understand the concept with the help of an example from the book How an Economy Grows and Why It Crashes by Peter D. Schiff. So the example is such that in a far island there lived a man named Abel. So the food options were very limited there. It was only the fish that they could consume. Consider in our example fish to be the wealth. So the food options were extremely limited. So he used to fish daily and fulfill his daily consumption requirements. One day he thought that it could not be the same way. If I go on daily for fishing just one fish and consume it daily, it is not the thing. So one day he decided by staying hungry, what he decided is he made a device called the net. With the help of the net, from the next day, with the help of half of his efforts, he could fish double the fishes, that is two fishes a day. So how this helped him? Firstly, our lessons from the extract would be first is he did wealth creation. Wealth creation is that is by fetching two fishes that exceed his daily consumption requirements of one fishes a day. He was able to create wealth because if that day he wouldn't have thought ki I today I'll have to stay hungry, but later when I'll be able to create that device it will be beneficial for me in future, it wouldn't have been possible to do that. Then is wealth maintenance. Daily he fishes two fishes but he'll be able to consume only one fish. So if that other one fish he doesn't store and preserve in such a way that he could use it in the future, it would be of no use to him. And the next is growth of wealth. Because of the leisure of not to fish every day, he did not worry about his survival. So every day he had a plan ki I'll have to do something new to increase my productivity. So by this way he had more options open to grow his wealth. Now is understanding wealth. Wealth is basically in economics term, wealth is anything that has value. If you possess an article that does not possess anything that has value, it does not constitute for wealth. However, wealth is a very subjective nature. For me, wealth must be something else. For some another person, the measurement of wealth must be something else. So it is a subjective concept. And the other thing, it is not a fixed but a static concept. Static concept means it keeps on changing continuously. As much you must be knowing that in the past 2 3 days Elon Musk surpassed Jeff Bezos to be the most richest man. So yesterday I asked Alexa, who is not currently the most richest man in the world right now? Alexa said baap pe jana nahi. So next, wealth is the concept that you use for scarce economic resources. Then is basically wealth is currently not interpreted properly. That's why, because we can interpret anything in two ways. One, it is in the relative sense and the other is absolute sense. Wealth cannot be interpreted as an absolute sense, but it is generally interpreted in a relative sense. Relative sense means a person's well-being, that how often, how happy is he, depends on the relative sense. That's why people basically are not happy, because they do not see how much wealth they've accumulated. They compare it in relative sense, that how wealth others have generated, and if they are higher on the scale they are happy. However, if not, they are not higher on the scale, they consider themselves to be not that good. Then is what being wealthy actually means. Being wealthy is much deeper than owning a BMW, wearing designer clothes, or owning a vacation home in Bahamas. First is being wealthy allows you to give. Then is being wealthy helps you give, set back a legacy. Set back a legacy means you can take an example of Mr. Ratan Tata. He had the enormous wealth, everybody knows that, but surpassing that, he always left behind himself a legacy, that today Tata is recognized by his name. And the other is being wealthy gives you options. See, today if I earn 1 lakh rupees a month and I spend that out without savings, without accumulating my wealth, for every day I'll have to strive that what today, because I have nothing saved for myself. So being wealthy gives you an options to be financially freedom and to think of what other you can do in your life. Then is here are the following ways of wealth creation. First is wealth creation. The basic step is work hard and earn an income. What does it mean? Rather than doing your daily work, rather than getting your daily wages, what else can you do? First is get promoted at work. Then is start a side hustle, try to get a second source of income. Then is cut back your budget, that we have learned very well in these times of corona. Then is be intentional about your lifestyle. So about earning a source of income, it's basically divided into two parts. First is active income and the other is passive income. So what is active income? See, today if I work for the whole day in office and I earn some income, that is active income, for which I put my time, my resources in it. But on the other side, as it is rightly said, first you have to earn the income, then your money will earn for you. So me working for the income is the active income, but later my money working from me is a passive income. So in India particularly, passive income is much hyped, that today people don't focus much on their active income. They It is correct to say that passive income is a much hyped term. People like to say मैंने शेयर मार्केट से इतना कमाया, मैंने इन्वेस्टमेंट से इतना कमाया. So basically I feel that comparatively active income is underrated compared to passive income, because active income acts as a base that we create for passive income. More stronger the base, more the stronger the building of our wealth creation will be. In our stages of investment cycle, first, as you can see, that active income constitutes to majority of our total wealth creation portion. But as we go later in the stages of our investment, we can particularly see that passive income surpasses the active income that we generate in the stages of creation of wealth. Then is grow your money. Grow your money means it is not enough to just earn an income, but you have to grow that money. How can you grow that money? First is you will have to let the power of compounding show what it can actually do. And then it is you have to outpace inflation, because say if your money is growing at a 3% per annum rate, whereas inflation is growing at 6% per annum rate, so money that you have saved today and that could be used later is of no use, because typically if you are not outperforming inflation, you are basically killing your money. Then is stray allergic to debt. So it approximately 86% of the general people believe that those people who have grown rich have grown by way of using debt, but it is not the case. It's actually shown that many of the millionaires, what they actually do is they avoid debt carefully. You can take the examples of say Vijay Malia or many other cases like that. Actually they've used debt, but debt has not been in their favor. So debt is not a bad option, but how to use it in our favor, it's actually depends on that. Then is have a long term mindset. See, wealth creation is not a one day tool. You need to have a long term mindset. In India, what is the problem? Today so many IPOs are coming and they are getting 500 times, 600 times subscribed. Why are they so? Because people are not looking at the fundamentals of the company. What they are looking at कि ग्रे मार्केट प्रीमियम कितना चल रहा है, डब्बा बाजार में कितना कीमत है. If they see that gray market premium is 150 times or 200 times, they typically invest without actually seeing ki what are the growth prospects of the company, how will it be go in future. So for this, if you are having a short term mindset, you will invest in such stocks. But you are having a long term mindset, then you will think of ways to create wealth that will not help you in short term but will help you in long term. Then is I'll typically it's a mantra that when it comes to investing and wealth creation, be a tortoise. In the hare and the tortoise race, be a tortoise. So what does being a tortoise actually mean? First is be wise, be patient, be steady. Then is don't withdraw from your retirement accounts, how much tempting may it be. Then is don't live above your means. And the other is look at the thing of compounding to show its benefit. It will certainly build your wealth over the years. So these are the characteristics that a tortoise possesses and will substantially go and win the race. Then is how to maintain wealth. See, wealth creation is another topic in itself, but today you must have come across many of the books that say ways to create wealth, 100 ways to create wealth, 1,000 proven ways to create wealth. But wealth maintenance does not form very good highlights. Why doesn't it form very good highlights? Because it is not a much tempting option. But believe me, wealth creation is half the battle won. If you don't maintain that wealth properly, then it gives you a short termism and will not assure you being wealthy in the long term. So wealth maintenance is also important. So what are the ways to maintain wealth for a long term? First is diversification. Diversification is a very important tool of risk management, and it is rightly said, don't keep all your eggs in the one basket. So that will be possible with the help of diversification. And the other is get is insured. You are earning wealth, it is good, but the assets that you have created with the help of wealth, it's important you get them insured, so that in stages where you are not possible to earn, actually they help you. Other is stick to what works for you. There may be plans that everyone has its own financial goals, everyone has its own financial plans. What works for me may not be working for someone else. So stick to what works for you rather than going for another tempting options. Then is where we come into picture. Hire a good CA and listen to them, because we know in and out of the finance. So we can actually, it is a investment banking is a very growing form nowadays. Because of it, because we are required there, we need to manage the money. Then is seek good legal advice. The laws in India are so lucrative, they are changing at a so rapid pace that you need to have a good legal advisor, so that whenever you are entering into contracts with somebody, you know the in and out of the contract and what consequences will it have in the later times. Then is set an SPE for each investment. Being fortunate to raise finance for many of the real estate companies, I once thought that why are these real estate companies for every each and every real estate project, why aren't they incorporating it in the same entity but forming a separate LLP for each and for each project? Then I came to know that this is because with this concept, set up an SPE for each investment. Because say if a legal case comes on the one entity, they are not hampered, it does not hamper the another entity that we have invested in for themselves. Then lastly, growing wealth creation and wealth maintenance. So then the power of compounding comes into picture, and how we can grow wealth. So first is, to grow wealth, first you have to earn it. That is your money, your wealth. Then is you need to save until it hurts. It is rightly said by Warren Buffett that don't save what is left after consumption. Consume what is left after saving. So it is correctly proved by this fact. Then is you need to optimize your spending. In these times of corona, if our parents wouldn't have spent, then we weren't be able to surpass this time. So we understood the what are the benefits of saving. Then is you need to put your money work for you. Then is you need to marry smart. Now you must be thinking that how does marrying smart affect my wealth? It is currently proven that divorce takes away 75% of the net worth. And today in the America, the most richest woman is Mackenzie Bezos, who is the ex-wife of Jeff Bezos. What happened after the divorce? She got 25% shares of the Amazon company, and that eroded correctly the wealth of Jeff Bezos, that got to the benefit of her wife. So you need to marry smart. Then is you always need to and protect your family. Earlier, insurance, as I told, is the wealth that you have created. Currently, insurance is for yourself and your family. Then is you need to take care of yourself first. As correctly said, health is wealth. So take care of yourself, focus on your health, so you will accumulate wealth. Then is surround yourself with people better than you. You must be seeing that in the CA curriculum, why does a CA student evolve so much? It is because in the earlier ages, he is more equipped to work with such kind of professionals, that the surrounding which he is upbringing in, he potentially gets into a competitive edge over other professionals. Then the other is it's okay to go slow. See, wealth creation is not a single day term, is a not a one day term. It takes life, it takes over the years to go. So it's okay to go slow and don't hustle much. So a last an investment that you may in knowledge pays the best interest. That is why you are here. So invest in knowledge, and you will correctly accumulate wealth over the long term. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Since you mentioned about Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, can you explain in brief why yesterday Jeff Bezos was on the top and why today Musk has surpassed him?
So, ma'am, currently the investments that Elon Musk has made and the vision that he's having, you can see that last year in the current times, the share of Tesla was quoted at $80. And today, currently, the shares of Tesla are quoted at $800. So, this is basically what are the investments they have made, because of which you can see that as their value of their investment rises, so their wealth goes on accumulating. It is not fundamentally what has changed, but it is his vision and his mindset that people tend to believe that Tesla is doing this, so this is beneficial for me in the long term. So having a long termism, Elon Musk has currently surpassed Jeff Bezos.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I have three questions for you.
Okay, sir.
One is, according to you, who is tortoise and who is hare between Ambani and Tata?
So I must say both are both possess characteristics of both, because earlier Tata was compared to be a tortoise, but now they are, but now with the improvements they are bringing in Tata Motors as well as TCS, they are considered to be growing at a faster pace. Now currently they are also going into electric vehicles. They have started plans for that. So currently it's not we cannot categorize them that who is a hare and who is a tortoise. It would be too judgmental for that. But as per my point of view, I would consider that over the years I have seen, say that Tata is considerably more of a tortoise, and Ambani is considerably, as on date, more of a rabbit.
Who is more smart, wealthy person, Tata or Ambani?
Sir, Tata is in who? Ratan Tata.
Tata Group, or Ambani Group, you can consider.
Sir, see, it was told that Ratan Tata could have been the most wealthiest man of India. But what Ratan Tata in one of his interviews told that why aren't you richer than Mukesh Ambani? So he told that Mukesh Ambani is a businessman, whereas I am an industrialist. So this differentiates Ambani and Tata.
No, who is the smart, wealthiest person? Okay, last.
Yes, sir.
Who is having active and passive income, Tata or Ambani?
Active and passive income.
More active or more passive income, whether it is Tata or Ambani?
Sir, currently Tata is having more passive income, because over the years, what wealth they've generated, Ambani's have started generating much wealth currently, means they were earlier in the business. But when Mukesh Ambani and Anil Ambani got separated, so Anil Ambani got most of the businesses that at that time had accumulated more amount of wealth, whereas Mukesh Ambani, being the smaller one, got those ones that were not that cash rich. So currently over the years, now Mukesh Ambani has become cash rich, but considering to the fund reserves that they are having, that contribute majorly to the passive income, so currently Tatas are having more passive income as compared to Ambani's.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just one last question. You said rhyming word, health is wealth.
Yeah.
Can you describe health? Just change the topic. Health creation, maintenance, and growth from financial point of view. Got my question?
Sir, see, there is a particularly a relationship that health plays with one's mind. See, if you exercise every day, you will have a better mindset and you will be able to perform well. So so initially in your stages, health creation could be staged that in days of, you can say, in days of our internship. So in that days we don't create much wealth, but what we can do is actually we can create health. And later when we earlier qualify to be a chartered accountant, then the work pressure is so much. So rather than creating much and much wealth, health we'll have to focus more on maintenance of the health, and we can focus more on creation of the wealth. And lastly, if we do both hand in hand, then we'll grow health wise as well as wealth wise. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mohit Rora. Our second paper presenter for the day is Miss Ishani Gauba. She is an article at AKM Global and Associates. Her paper presentation is on wealth creation, maintenance, and growth. Over to you, Ishani. Ishani, yes, your PPT is visible. You may start.
I'm just trying to put it on slideshow. Let me know if it's visible. Is it on slideshow now?
F5. F5.
Is it on slideshow now? Yes, I did that. Hello?
You may begin, Ishani. Thank you.
Sure. In the words of Mr. Warren Buffett, opportunities come infrequently. I repeat, opportunities come infrequently. When it rains gold, put out the bucket and not the thimble. With this quote, I would extend a very warm welcome to one and all present there. Today, I'm here to give my little insight on wealth creation, maintenance, and growth. I would like to start out by mentioning what wealth really is. Is wealth and money the same? Is it the same thing if I have a lot of money and I have a lot of wealth? The answer to that is no. Money and wealth are two very different terms. Money is essentially the abundance of financial assets that can be converted into a form that can be used for transactions. My wealth could be in the form of the real estate that I own. It could be in the form of the precious metals such as gold that I own. Or it could be my TV, it could be my fridge, it could be my AC, it could be my office. Sorry. It could be my office, or it could be absolutely any of the assets that I own. However, money is simply the money, the paper currency that we own. I would like, in order to make this distinction further clear, I would like to point out that wealth and money, as they are different, in order to point out this difference more clearly, I would like to go back to the origin of money. Why was money invented? We all know that this paper currency that RBI prints today was not in existence earlier. Earlier, there was the barter system, meaning if I have 10 kgs of rice, I would take those 10 kgs of rice and simply trade it for whatever other thing that I want. So now if I'm producing rice, I have to trade this rice for the shoes that I want, for the clothing that I want, for the that I want, absolutely anything that I might want. Now, what is the problem with this system? The problem with this system is that it is very difficult to find someone who wants exactly of the surplus that I has and is also willing to give it in return for the surplus that they have. This was a very big problem in that system. In fact, if you look at the image that is shown here, a dealer is taking this big cow to trade for something very small, and he's saying that I have got nothing smaller. This is the smallest thing that I have. And that was the problem. It was very difficult to value rice against grains. It was still maybe easy, but how do you value rice against cows? How do you value rice against a piece of land? How do you value rice against shoes? All this is a conundrum. And therefore, money was invented. So money was essentially invented to act as a measure for the value of commodities. Meaning, today I can take 10 kgs of rice and get 500 rupees in return. Now I can use these 500 rupees to get absolutely whatever other thing I want. So money was invented because we needed a medium of exchange. We needed something to measure the value of commodities. So therefore, money is different from wealth. Wealth is, so if I would like to point out the 4 characteristics of wealth, wealth is scarce in relation to demand. It can be transferred from one person to the other. It is an external, it can be externally possessed by a person, and it has utility of its own. And this is where money differs from wealth. So money is a subset of wealth. Wealth is inclusive of money, because money does not have any utility of its own. I cannot take 500 rupees and say ki this is worth 500 rupees. It's actually just paper. I can use these 500 rupees to buy something else worth 500 rupees. That paper in itself is not worth 500 rupees. So this is where wealth and money differ. After making this difference sufficiently clear, I must point out that the aim for each one of us should be to be wealthy instead of having a lot of money. Now, how do we become wealthy? In order to perfunctorily understand, we need to understand wealth creation, wealth maintenance, and wealth growth. What is wealth creation? Creation is essentially the origin of something for the first time, meaning there's soil and there's nothing. Imagine there's soil and nothing exists. Now I go and get seeds, plant it into the soil, water it every day, and I ensure it gets sufficient sunlight. And eventually, through photosynthesis, a small sapling sprouts. Now, this sapling that has just sprouted is the wealth that I have created, because nothing existed. I started from ground zero, and from zero, I created something. So this creation, this small sapling, is the wealth that I have created. Now, after the sapling, a small plant is created, when I water it further, when I ensure that the soil stays fertile and I water it every day, when I ensure sufficient sunlight, when I direct all practices aimed at ensuring that this sapling grows in size, then I am growing my wealth. When the sapling bears fruit, grows into a tree, bears fruits and flowers, I have grown my wealth. So this is how wealth creation and wealth creation is different from wealth growth. Now, how do I create wealth? Creating wealth is something that we are all striving to do each day. When we present this, we are trying to increase our knowledge. When we go out to work every day, when we provide the services that we provide, when we provide the goods that we provide, all of these practices, we are trying to create wealth. But the key here is that we are all hustling every day and trying to earn the money that we want to earn and try to provide services and be good at what we do. All of this, we are only creating wealth. What we forget is to grow our wealth. It is in fact a very popular quote that each time that you are investing, you are buying yourself a day that you wouldn't have to work for money, and you can work for the causes that you want to work. So that is how growing wealth is key. Now, how do I grow my wealth? In order to grow your wealth, you need to invest. And this is something all of us keep forgetting and keep undermining the importance of. We keep thinking, why should I spend my time in investing? I'd rather spend my time in doing what I do and earn more money in the first place. But this is where we all go wrong, because investing is key. Investing is very, very important. Unless we, and I would like to state a few facts in order to elucidate why investing is so important. Imagine that you earn 100 rupees and those 100 rupees are lying in your bank account. Now, this 100 rupees, most bank accounts mostly offer a rate of interest of about 4% or sometimes even lesser. So by the end of the year, it would be this 100 would translate to 104. However, the inflation rate does not fall below 4.5 ever. So that 104 is actually now 99.5. So in fact, we started out with 100 rupees, but by the end of the year, what we have is 99.5 rupees. So in fact, our buying capacity has deteriorated over time. Our money has depreciated over time. So in fact, if I want to go and buy something that is worth 100 rupees, then I can't buy it because I don't own 100 rupees anymore. I own only 99.5. So that is why investing is key. Investing can never be undermined. And investing doesn't, now the problem with investing, how if I were to pitch it to even my mother or father, they're like, why do I want to lose the money that I have? I'd rather direct my efforts to earning more money. Now, here's the key. Investing doesn't always mean that you have to assume a great amount of risk. There are also risk-free investments. As an investor, you have to start out with determining what your goals are and your. If a person has invested 724 rupees in June 1989, it would have compounded to 34,903 rupees today. And this is where the importance of investing cannot be undermined. Now, from a layman's perspective, and in order to start out with the steps for investing, I would like to, from a very layman perspective, I would like to list out the brief steps that we can all take to start investing our money. These are very simple, and any of us can start. I know as CA students, our stipends are mega and we hardly earn anything and hardly make ends meet. But the good thing about investing is that you can even start with 100 rupees a day. You can start investing in an SIP with 100 rupees a day, with 100 rupees a month. And you will learn so much from that you'll understand that when you actually have the amount of money to invest, when you are salaried or when you are practicing or when you have that money, you would know how to put it and where to put it, because those 100 rupees of investment where didn't have much to lose have actually taught you how that money is multiplying or how it is deteriorating and where you should put that money. So for a start out investor, I will start with the brief steps. The first step is that you have to set your financial goal. Determine what your goal is. You also, according to the period of your goal, you have to determine whether your goal is short term, whether it is medium term, or whether it is long term. It could be as simple as I want to buy a piece of clothing. That is the short term goal for me. Medium term goal, I want to buy a car. I want to buy a mid-segment car. That is the short medium term goal for me. A long-term goal, I want to buy a house. So that is my long-term goal. So determine what your goal is. What do you want? What is your financial goal? And whether it is short-term, whether it is medium-term, or whether it is long-term. The second and the most important is determine risk profile. This is what a lot of people keep forgetting. Before you start out to invest, you need to know how much risk you are willing to take. And this risk will be different for every person. Every person cannot be willing to take the same amount of risk for the investments that they are making. We all know higher the risk, higher the rate of return. But how do I determine my risk profile? How do I determine the amount of risk I'm willing to take? Risk profiling is a 3-step factor. So risk profiling is determined basis 3 things. Risk capacity, meaning the amount of risk that a person can afford to take. Beyond this level of risk, a person becomes restless. Like a 60-year-old man, a pensioner. He's spent his whole life earning something. Now he doesn't want to just lose it over nothing, over some investment that he's making. So the amount of risk that he can afford to take is very less. Then there's risk tolerance. Risk tolerance means how much risk a person is willing to take. A pensioner himself could be willing to take more risk because that is the kind of person he is, and he wants to take that risk. Risk requirement is the amount of risk that you have to take, meaning for an investment and the amount of return that you're targeting. This is the amount of risk that you will have to take, and there's no option. So risk profiling, determining your risk, is essentially risk capacity, amount of risk that you can afford to take, risk tolerance, amount of risk that you want to take, and risk requirement, meaning the amount of risk that you have to take. Now, once your risk profile is determined, you can classify yourself as a risk-averse investor, risk-neutral investor, or a risk-lover investor. I will quickly go on what these investors look like. A risk-averse investor is much like Paresh Rawal from Hera Fairy, जिसको बिल्कुल लाइफ में रिस्क नहीं लेना है, उसको रिस्क चाहिए ही नहीं, उसको चाहिए कि मेरे को बस इतना थोड़ा इनकम दे दो, मुझे चलेगा, but I don't want to take risk. So a risk-averse investor could essentially invest in certificates of deposit and treasury bills. These are essentially zero coupon bonds, meaning they will be issued at a discounted price of say 900 rupees, and they will actually be worth 1,000 rupees. So on maturity, when you go to redeem them, you will end up earning 100 rupees. A risk-neutral investor is fairly balanced. He's willing to take some amount of risk to earn some amount of money. So these people can invest in mutual funds because the thing with mutual funds is you don't have to track them every day. Whether they are equity oriented or debt oriented, you don't have to track them every day. So, and the fund managers are investing for you. So it's easier. A risk neutral investor can invest basis the amount of basis the mediocre risk that he is willing to take. Then there's gold exchange traded funds. These are funds that invest in gold and are listed on the stock exchange. Then there are real estate investment trust units. These are small units that they pool a lot of money and they invest in real estate. So they give you a high amount of dividend yield because the properties let out give a sufficient amount of rent. So the regular income that you will be earning will be more. And similar are infrastructure investment units. They invest in infrastructure instead of real estate. Similar to real estate, they invest in infrastructure units. And again, risk-lover investors are much like our Bollywood heroes. They are willing to take whatever risk they have to take to get the girl. So if they want this much return, they are willing to take whatever other risk that is coming their way. So a risk-lover investor can invest in derivatives, options forward betting, cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies have a draft law and proposal. They might be banned in India and sometime the law is passed. But currently, you can trade in cryptocurrencies in India also. And then there are hedge funds, there are venture capitals, there are angel investing. Due to lack of time, I wouldn't be able to go into details of this, but I would welcome questions on this towards the end. Now, I would like to say that once your risk profile is determined, risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. So if you know what you're doing, it is as good as taking no risk at all. Taking calculated risk is as good as taking no risk at all. So you create your investment plan, determine मुझे इसमें invest करना है. Then you choose your asset mix, meaning once you determine I have to invest in mutual funds and I have to invest in gold, then you determine how much to invest in mutual fund and which mutual fund. And if I have to invest in gold exchange traded funds, then which gold exchange traded funds. That is choosing your asset mix. Then you choose your investments. And last and but not the least, you have to review your investment plan. Sit down at the end of the year or every 3 months and see the progress that you've made. Have you earned what you wanted to earn? If you've not, revise your plan. Revise your plan, but also keep in mind that whenever you sell your investments or opt out of an investment, there will be barriers to that. There will be exit load. So you have to determine if I'm paying a higher amount of exit load, I better not exit. So review your investment plan and review them wisely. And do not rely always on past statistics because future is always unpredictable. Again, in the words of Mr. Warren Buffett, if past history was all that was needed to play the game of money, then the richest people would be librarians. And they are not. So we need to keep track of what is there in the future. Now I would like to come to wealth maintenance. Wealth maintenance is stabilizing your creation, the wealth that you've created, and ensure that the wealth the pace of your wealth growth also remains stagnant. So if you are thinking, so basically wealth origination is growing from 0 to 1, that is your wealth creation. For going from 1 to 3 is wealth growth. However, ensuring that going from 1 to 1.1 and managing everything in a way that everything remains stable is wealth management. Holistic wealth management would require you to do your tax planning, to maintain an active lifestyle, to keep reviewing your investments and manage your wealth adequately.
Thank you, Ishani. Juries to
I would just take another minute. And so basically, wealth is, again, coming back to the fact that wealth is different from money. Wealth is physical, it's emotional, it's financial, and it's social. An accomplishment of the highest order in life for all of us is to be wealthy in every sense of the word. And I would like to conclude by saying, you've got to dance like nobody's watching, love like you'll never be hurt, sing like there's nobody listening, and live like there's heaven on earth. And my little tip to all of that is, in the middle of all this, don't forget to invest. And I promise that I will do it with all of you. Thank you so much.
I request the jury members to ask the questions to Ishani.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ishani?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Since you referred to the investment out of your stipend, my advice to all the students is, instead of thinking of investing now out of your stipend, it will be better if you invest your time more productively and get the degree and learn maximum. That will give you better results for all your future days, so that you need not worry in your future at all.
Hello, Ishani. Ishani, can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yeah. One question for you. You said wealth is a very broader term, whereas money is a shorter term. Is it right?
Yes, sir.
So after getting past CA, when you pass CA, whether you will weigh money or you will weigh name or social service as the criteria for your future.
So whether I will weigh money, wealth, or social service.
No. You said wealth is a broader term.
Yeah.
So money is a part of that. even social name is also part of wealth.
Definitely.
So what you will prefer after passing CA?
My whole discussion, and I'm glad you asked this question, is that I want wealth. And wealth is inclusive of absolutely everything. It is inclusive of my social name. It is inclusive of the love of my parents. It is inclusive of the love of all of you, all of all
Wealth
my
includes
teachers.
all those things, but what would you prefer more? Money
So
or
the sum total of all of that, because wealth includes money. And that is where everything comes.
okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ishani.
Thank you.
The next paper presenter for the day is Mr. Akshit Maheshwari, and his topic is Ways to Grow in Share Market, Mutual Funds, Futures, and Options. Can we have Akshit virtually, please?
अक्षित के यहाँ पे टेक्निकल थोड़ा इशू है, तो वो कनेक्ट कर रहा है, सो जस्ट वेट फॉर 2 minutes.
Is Ms. Ritanshi Garg present virtually? Our next paper presenter?
Yes, yes.
So I request Ms. Ritanshi Garg to begin a paper presentation for the topic Novel Ways of Raising Finance for Clients. Over to you, Ritanshi.
Am I audible?
Yes, Ritanshi, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today's ways of doing business is far more different from the earlier way of doing business. Current scenario is all about innovation, trying different concepts and ways of doing business. One has to study the time and the when and what amount of money will be required and for how long such amount of money will remain occupied. My paper talks about some of the ways of finance on the basis of the nature of the business. First one is the retail business. Nowadays, we can see a retail store in every corner of a city, whether it is a big city or a small city. Since it is a very common business, the profit margins are very low and there is a cutthroat competition in such kind of businesses. So the businessmen, what they need as a finance mode is something which is cheap and without much hassle. So the finance modes that can be used in such kind of a business are, first one is the dealer financing or the EDFS. Dealer financing is something where bank extends financial supports to the corporate distribution networks by providing both working capital loans or the term loans to the selected dealers of the identified companies. These dealers are basically the dealers who have great creditability and track records with the identified companies. They basically use the business relationship of the corporates with the bank as a leverage to avail the low cost credit. Such kind of credit is basically given on the huge value of inventories that they have, and these traders are the traders who generally deal in a particular brand or a particular corporate product. The second is the overdraft limit or the overdraft facility. Overdraft facility is basically a personal loan which is given to smoothen out the cash flow needs for the daily business needs. These are the short-term credit available to the traders or the businessmen on their personal creditability with the bank. The individual has to get in touch with the bank representative to know their overdraft ceiling limit allowed by in their account. This type of mode is great for the traders who are very new in getting finance from the banks and who do not want to comply with much formalities. Since they don't want to comply with formalities, this may cause little high to the traders. The third one is the e-business loan or the e-commerce loan. E-commerce loan is very popular nowadays because a lot of people now trying to sell their products online. So this finance product basically provides financial assistance to the registered sellers of the e-commerce portal who are engaged in selling products through e-commerce portal sites. This type of finance assistance is basically given in the form of the cash credits or cash credit limits, which are financed under sole banking arrangements. This type of limits are basically set on the base of the turnover of the immediate 12 preceding months and the accounts maintained by the individual in the bank. The second kind or second nature of the business that I'm going to talk today is the wholesale business. Wholesale business will obviously have a different operating cycle from the retail business, since this involves buying and selling in bulk. And this type of business is mainly is about selling goods on credit. So they tend to have a large amount of money blocked in form of receivables. So the businessmen usually use such kind of receivables as a collateral or as a security to finance their frequent cash requirements on daily basis. The two finance products that can be used by the finance to finance such businesses is, first one is the bill financing, or I can say invoice discounting. Bill financing is basically a product which bridges the gap between the date of sale of product and receipt of payment. As you can see in this diagram, the customer can finance their daily needs by discounting their invoice from the financer and receiving about 90% of the money upfront. The amount that is deducted will be considered as a interest, and that will be considered as the cost for the finance. The bank purchases the bill of exchange that the company received from sale of product at a discount, and thus eliminating the delay in realizing the receivables. The next one is the cash credit for the traders. Cash credit is a very general loan which I think everyone has heard of. The bank offers such cash credit either in the form of a running account or in the form of the overdraft facility. These are basically secured by creating charge on the current assets like inventories and bank and receivables, which is perfect for such kind of a business because they tend to have large amount of money blocked in this kind of an assets, and it can be used as a collateral to get to fulfill their frequent cash requirements for the trading cycle of the business. The next one is the manufacturing business. Manufacturing business, the operating cycle of manufacturing business is far more complex than a than a retail or a wholesale business. The operating cycle generally differs on the basis of the finance or on the basis of the product manufactured, and hence will obviously change the finance needs of such businesses. Many corporates prefer a tailor-made financial arrangements as per their needs, and some may prefer just to finance their huge expenditures like financing like purchasing a big equipment or a plant or machinery. The finance modes not only changes on the basis of the nature, but also changes on the basis of the stage at which the entity is in. Like at seed stage, the company will just want to finance their huge expenditures like purchasing equipment, but at the expansion stage, they want to set up a plant or a factory outlet or a whole or to fulfill another order or general cash working capital requirements. So in that case, they require a different kind of a finance product, and this also changes on the basis of the at the stage at which the company is in. The operating cycle is quite big as compared to the wholesale and the retail business, so the needs can be both short term and the long term. So the finance mode that can be used in manufacturing businesses is, first one is the corporate term loan. Corporate term loan is a very general loan which can be used for almost every purpose. Can be used for funding their ongoing business expansions. It can be used for repaying your high cost debt, technology upgradation, research and development, paying retirement schemes, or supplementing the working capital needs. The tenure of such corporate loans usually have usually from reaches from 3 to 5 years. The interest rates of such term loan is also based on the needs of the borrower, or also the eligibility criteria that they satisfy. Like the interest rate can be both either fixed or floating, but nowadays it seems that normally floating rate is considered, which is MCLR. So the repayment schedule that can be used in such kind of term loan can be both bullet payments or the periodic payments, which is linked to the cash approval of the company. The second one is the loan syndication. Loan syndication is a process where a group of people or group of lenders come together to finance a single loan of a single borrower. This type of finance product is generally used where the loan amount is so large that a single lender cannot have that kind of risk exposure level. In that case, they 3 to 5 lenders come together to finance a big project like this. And such kind of borrowers are basically borrowers who have great reputation and rich experience in the business that they deal in. So these kind of loans are basically the loans that covers every type of financial institutions or banks, reputed financial institutions or banks that can be both domestic or international, that come together to finance such big projects. The third one is the structured loan, or I can say a customized loan. Customized loan is basically a tailor-made loan which satisfy the needs of a single borrower, and these needs are satisfied by a single lender. So single lender provides a portfolio to the borrower who comes to them and asks for to finance their project. The needs, the finance mode that are used in the structured finance will include everything. As you can see in this diagram, it will include both unsecured and secured loan. It will include demand loan. It will include non-funded limits. So it is basically a combination of a funded limit and non-funded limits and other credit enhancement tools and facilities which are offered to finance a big, huge project which has long gestation periods. There are some other modes which can be used to finance manufacturing businesses, and these are generally the need specific loans, which are these are generally need specific loans which are based on the specific needs of the businesses. The first one is the equipment leasing. Equipment leasing is a kind of a loan where where the businessman does not satisfy the eligibility criteria to actually get a loan, can have this kind of a facility. Equipment leasing is basically you can lease an equipment. You can basically lease an equipment where you can easily lease an equipment where you want you don't want to actually buy the equipment and rather pay rentals and get an equipment. Then second one is the deferred payment guarantee. Deferred payment guarantee is basically a standby guarantee given standby guarantee given by banks to finance to import machinery from outside India to finance their capital goods and to finance the turnkey projects. The third one is the letter of credit. Letter of credit is a kind of letter of credit is a kind of finance which is used to finance the purchases and sales for the general operations. It can be both domestic and international. The fourth one is the export packaging credit. Export packing credit is the pre-shipment need-based pre-shipment credit, which can be availed by both manufacturers as well as merchant exporters, and these are generally available to those who can avail the rupee credit at concessional rate of interest. Then finance mode can not only be categorized on the basis of the nature of business, but it can also be categorized on the basis of the industry in which entity is in. The different industries have different business models and hence different business needs. So the two industries that I'm going to talk today is first one is the hotel industry. Hotel industry is a has a complete different business model. The service industries tend to have different business models and hence have different business needs. In particularly in hotel industry, you have to make a proper plan and budget to carry out your day-to-day business activities. So the finance modes that can be used in hotel industry are: first one is the business cash advance or factoring. Business cash advance or factoring is generally not kind of it is not a loan, but it is a business to business transaction, which is perfect for the hospitality companies because they tend to have money funds blocked in the travel agencies or online reservation sites which require clearance. So by the time they get cleared, you can actually finance by giving the loan to the by giving by transferring your invoices to the factor and receive a money upfront. Such kind of financing is obviously for the working capital needs that you require, working capital needs or the daily requirements of the cash. The next one is the line of credit. Line of credit is a very flexible form of financing that allow owners to have access of financing whenever and wherever they need. The line of credit allows a small businessman to access and draw money as and when they need without requiring further approval. The line of credit has a very stringent criteria for being approved. So it is not every it is not appropriate for every hospitality company. It is only appropriate for those hospitalities companies who have the revenue, certain kind of revenue to actually get eligible for business line of credit. And the line of credit can be both collateral free or asset based. The typical collateral that can be used is the real estate or the receivables that they generally have. The second industry that I'm going to talk today is the healthcare industry. Healthcare industry has seen a lot of ups and downs because of the COVID outbreak in recent times. They have seen some really hard cash crunches, and because the revenue, the huge revenue generating operations and the beds that were allotted to such operations were also converted into COVID wards. So the hospitals were not able to pay their staff, their doctors, and it was a really hard time for the finance team of such healthcare organization. And
Nancy,
yes,
I
ma'am.
request the juries to kindly proceed with the questions for Ritanshi.
Okay. Okay.
Ritanshi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you elaborate one or two new provisions, new financial provisions which have come out of Atmanirbhar Bharat?
I'm sorry?
You know about Atmanirbhar Bharat which has been declared just now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you provide one or two novel provisions which they have provided for financing?
Provisions that they have for financing, like MSME loans they have come across, that PMs spoke about the MSME loans that they will provide through the government bank accounts. And these MSME loans are generally also given nowadays, but they have a different criteria for such Atmanirbhar to be more like manufacturing businesses. In PM's Made in India campaign also, they have talked about that they want to produce locally and they want to satisfy the demand locally by producing locally and satisfy the demand locally. And they also talked about in Atmanirbhar Bharat about like going vocal for local. So they also they also want young people to make efforts to produce locally so that they can satisfy the demands locally. And the loans that MSME loans are something that is given in the Atmanirbhar Bharat. They have allotted some amount of money in that MSME.
Thank you, Ritanshi.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the paper presentation. Is Mr. Akshit Maheshwari available virtually?
Yes, ma'am.
I request Mr. Akshit Maheshwari to begin his paper presentation for the topic Ways to Grow in Share Market, Mutual Fund, Futures and Options. Over to you, Akshit.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Can I begin?
Yes, Akshit, you can begin.
The biggest risk in stock market is not taking risk at all. A very cheerful good afternoon to all the dignitaries present. Today, I, Akshit Maheshwari, am going to share my presentation on the topic Ways to Grow in Share Market, Mutual Funds, Futures and Options. One of the fields that a CA always wants to have a taste of is that of a stock market. Everybody wants to earn money through trading in stock market, but nobody wants to have a bad taste in that. However, it is not an easy task to remain on a winning streak in the stock market. The graph always goes like profit after loss after profit, and the cycle goes on. However, it is important to have an idea of a pathway through which one can grow his wealth through investment in various securities like shares, debentures, bonds, futures, etc. The first question that arises is that why an investor needs to invest in stock market? With what objective does he wants to invest in money? Well, the answer to this question is investment in share market by an investor is done with twin objective. The first objective being the earning dividend objective. An investor might invest in a particular share in the stock market with an objective to earn dividend out of it. The second objective is capital appreciation. Capital appreciation simply means where the price or value of the investment increases over the time. Growth of investment can be both short-term and long-term, considering other factors also like risk or the political environment of that particular country. Based on these two objectives, an investor tries to invest in stock market and has an objective to increase his wealth. There are two types of capital markets which are present in the country India. First being primary market and the second being secondary market. Primary market includes securities which are freshly issued, which can include IPOs, that we say initial public offerings. Whereas in the secondary market, the trading takes place of shares, securities, other things that are being between the investors or the shareholders. In the primary market, the main beneficiary is the issuing organization. As I said, in the primary market, the company is issuing the fresh securities like shares, debentures. While in secondary market, the primary beneficiary is the investor or the shareholder, as the trading takes place between both of them. In the primary market, the main objective to issue the securities is to raise the funds for the company. While in the secondary market, an investor buys or sells the shares with an objective of capital appreciation and to grow his wealth. Now, coming on to the main topic, the ways through which an investor can grow his money in the share market. My dear friends, share market is the first gateway that an investor thinks for growing his value of money. Hence, it is very important to build a healthy portfolio by an investor in order to target a long-term growth. Now, let's discuss some of these ways. The first one being buy and hold strategy. Buying and holding investment is perhaps the simplest strategy for an investor for achieving growth, and over the time, it can also prove to be the most effective one. Those investors who simply buy stocks or other growth investments and keep them in their portfolios with minor monitoring are often pleasantly rewarded with the high results. An investor who uses a buy and hold strategy is typically not concerned with the short-term price movements. However, care must be taken to ensure that policy adopted are as per the prevalent situation in the share market. Now let us discuss some cases with respect to this strategy. When the required rate of return from the capital asset pricing model, also known as CAPM, is less than the expected return and or the actual market price is less than the market price of that share using CAPM, then that simply means that that particular stock is undervalued. The best strategy to apply here is that an investor needs to buy that particular stock in his portfolio. The second case being when the required return from CAPM is greater than the expected return of an investor, or the actual market price of that stock is greater than the market price using CAPM, then it means that that particular stock is overvalued. The best strategy that an investor needs to adopt here is to sell that stock. The third case being neutral, that is, when the required rate of return from CAPM is equal to the expected return of the investor, or the actual market price of that share is equal to market price using CAPM, then the stock is correctly valued. At this particular point, the investor neither needs to buy more asset or sell that asset. He just needs to hold his position in the market. The second one being market timing. Those who follow the market or specific movements more closely can beat the buy and hold strategy if and only if they are able to time the markets correctly and consistently. That is, buy when the prices are low and sell when they are high and hold the position when the market is stable. This strategy obviously yields much higher return than simply holding an investment over time, but it also requires the ability to correctly gauge the market. The main thing here to focus is the correct timing of your trading in the share market. Coming on to the next one, diversification in portfolio. This strategy is often combined with buy and hold approach. Many different types of risk, such as company risk, can be reduced or eliminated through diversification. The right combination of stocks, debentures, bonds, or cash can allow a portfolio to grow with much less risk and volatility than a portfolio that is invested completely in a particular kind of stock. Diversification in portfolio helps in bringing balance to the investor's money. It helps in stabilizing the investor in the stock market. For example, when the stock market skitishly goes upwards or suddenly goes downwards, the balanced approach, the diversification in portfolio helps an investor to remain stable and suffer very less loss. Coming on to the next one, investment in growth sectors. Investors who want aggressive growth can look to sectors of the economy such as technology, healthcare, construction, etc. to get above average returns in exchange for greater risk and volatility. Some of this risk can be offset with longer holding periods and careful investment selection. These growth sectors keep on changing with respect to passage of time and new developments in the market. Hence, an investor needs to keep himself updated with all the latest trends developing in the country and around the globe in order to invest in those particular sectors which are growth oriented. Always remember, a particular company or a particular segment can never forever be remaining in growth sector. Hence, a proper monitoring of the portfolio of an investor from time to time will help an investor in increasing his wealth manifoldly over the period of time. These were some of the ways in which an investor can grow his money in the share market. Now coming on to the next one, ways to grow money in mutual funds. Before we discuss the methods, the ways in which an investor can grow his money, let us first discuss what is a mutual fund. A mutual fund is a type of financial vehicle made up of a pool of money collected from many investors to invest in securities like stocks, bonds, debentures, money market instruments, and other assets. They are operated by professional money managers who allocate the fund's asset and attempt to produce income from the fund's investors. The rationale for any pooling of service is twofold. The first one being affordability and the second one being convenience. A mutual fund's portfolio is structured and maintained to match the investment objectives stated in its prospectus. What happens is when an investor who is a little bit fearful to directly go into the stock market and invest his money, what he does is he invests his money in a mutual fund company. Then the mutual fund company further uses that money and invests in different types of securities. The return generated by the mutual fund is returned back to the investor, which acts as a capital appreciation or a return on his investment in a particular mutual fund company. Now, let's discuss the ways through which an investor can grow his money through mutual funds. The first one being use of no-load funds. Mutual funds involve the concept of load and no-load funds. Load simply means applying commission or brokerage by mutual fund companies for purchasing or selling of units of mutual funds by the investors. In case of load funds, an investor has to pay an extra amount towards load expense to the mutual fund. However, money saved is money earned. Hence, an investor always looks for a no-load mutual fund for the investment purposes so that he is saved from paying an additional amount to the mutual fund. Next one being diversification in asset allocation. Diversification is a must characteristic of a healthy portfolio for an investor. A mutual fund which has a very limited pool of assets for investment is unlikely to give a higher return in the long run as it is not very well diversified. Also, diversification brings a strong beta value to the portfolio. Due to this, the sudden market movement or a very fluctuating market has less impact on a strong beta value as compared to other portfolios. Hence, an investor's preference is always to invest in a mutual fund which further invests in a very diversified pool of assets in which it can invest, and in return, that will fetch a higher return to the investor in the long run. Coming to the next, reasonable risky mutual funds. As we all know, friends, higher risk means higher return. That's what the rule of business says, isn't it? Well, this rule can vary from person to person. However, if we talk from the point of view of mutual funds, then in order to grow the value to your portfolio, it is better to invest in a mutual fund which takes reasonable risk while investing in other securities in the market. The key word here is reasonable risk, because if the securities are too risky or no risk securities are used for investment purposes, then such mutual fund won't fetch the investor the expected return from his investment. A balance has to be struck, my dear friends, for maintaining the level of risk in the securities market. An additional weight on either side of the stake will only harm the investor in terms of either return or even can bring losses to the investor. Hence, an investor needs to do a thorough research for investing in those mutual funds which are further investing and taking reasonable risk in their approach. Now, moving on to the next, ways to grow money in futures and options. Before we move further into the ways, we must know first what are futures and options. Futures and options fall under the category of derivatives. If an investor has to invest his funds in the derivative market, then futures, options, and forwards are the only ways through which he can do that. Coming on to what is an option. Options are derivatives that derive its worth not from its own intrinsic value, but derives its value from an underlying security and time. For example, options contract on the stock of Reliance are directly influenced by the price of Reliance share in the stock market. You can understand in the other way also. An option can be understood as a privilege sold by one party to another that gives the buyer the right, but not an obligation, to buy or sell an underlying financial instrument. Options are of two types, call options and put options. Whereas, what are futures? Future contract is a security which is a legally binding document that sets the conditions for the delivery of commodities or financial instruments at a specified period of time. Future contract is basically an agreement between two parties in which one party gets committed to buy an underlying financial instrument and the other party to sell an underlying financial instrument at a specific price at a future date. A future contract could bring unlimited profit and loss, while an option contract can bring unlimited profit, but it reduces the potential loss. Now, let's discuss the ways through which an investor can grow his money through futures and options. The first one being hedging purposes. Futures and options can be used as a hedging tool by an investor to save himself from a future risk that might occur on the occurrence of a certain event. Saving losses is also one of the ways through which an investor can grow his wealth. For example, futures and options can be used as a hedging instrument in case of foreign exchange transactions which are expected to be realized in future. Through hedging, an investor is able to protect himself from a future risk. Hence, a thorough research is required to be done by an investor in applying the combination of futures and options. Coming on to the next one, estimate of future situation. Investment in futures and options can be made by an investor by predicting the future estimate situations in the stock market. A stock market can be in three states: bearish, bullish, and stable. Hence, an investor has to wisely choose the decision of holding, buying, or selling of his investment depending upon the prevalent situation in the market. On the basis of these three situations, an investor has to prepare his combination of futures and options in such a way that he incurs minimum loss if the stock market goes sideways. Coming on to the next one, arbitrage opportunity.
Thank you,
Arbitrage means
Mr. Maheshwari. I request the juries to proceed with the questions for Akshit.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi Akshit. My question to you is that since the stock market has grown from 39,000 to 49,000 in last 6 months, so do you think another Harshad Mehta is emerging?
Thank you, sir, for asking this question. My answer to this question is that, see, in order for the market to rise, I don't think another Harshad Mehta is rising. The market rises because of many factors. And as per my analysis of the market for the past 6 months, like you have mentioned, that the market has grown from 39,000 to 49,000. My analysis states that the market is working on the economy is a little bit, Indian economy is a little bit stabilizing and recovering from the COVID stress that has happened. However, having said that, this trend can also be, we can think of that some trades are being taken place. And like my fellow colleagues have also mentioned, that many people are now coming into the stock market, which were hesitant earlier. So when there is increase in the trades, there is increase in demand, increase in supply, and then definitely that tends to a little bit, influence the market towards a higher side. So I think there is no another Harshad Mehta coming to this thing. I think the Indian public and the Indian economy is reacting in such a way that the market has grown from 10,000 points in the past 6 months.
Hello. I would like to ask you, can you please tell me about the difference in the taxability of mutual fund income earned by the investors with reference to the last year budget?
Sorry, ma'am, I would be unable to answer that question. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akshit Maheshwari. I request our session chairman, C. Bharat Pathak, and our guest, Mr. S.B. Zavre, to felicitate our paper presenter, physically present, Mr. Mohit Rora. I request our session chairman, C. Bharat Pathak, to present his views on the topic and his remarks about the paper presenters.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, many thanks for inviting me here and having this opportunity to walk down the memory lane. The other speaker in the morning session, Mr. Shirish Deshpande, and we remembered that we were working for Vikasa in our student days, and we had traveled to a conference in Calcutta in 1980. So those memories came back. Vikas stands for development. So I think all of you are starting with your work in your development here. And I give you all the best. All the dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, virtual as well as physical. Thanks for being here, and thanks for giving encouragement to the students. Today's students are far more smart than what we were in those days. And I could realize this from some of the presentations. The next generation stands on the shoulders of the earlier generation. So they have a larger horizon, and the Vision 2030 that we are talking about is a larger global horizon that the chartered accountancy profession is going to take. So all the best to the new rising stars as they made these presentations. The fish story, which Mohit told in his presentation, carries a very important message. Don't catch a fish today, go hungry today, make a sacrifice. And with that sacrifice, you invest. So if you sow, you will reap. But for that, you must curtail your consumption today. Sacrifice today to multiply tomorrow. I think this is a very important message which he gave. Another message which all of us must remember is creation of wealth does not take place in the stock market. Market is only a medium. It is a transfer tool from one person to another person. Wealth creation takes place in the farm, in the factory, on the roads, in the ports, and in the services. Stock market only allows us to participate in that wealth. The examples of large wealth creators like Bezos and Musk, Warren Buffett, which are given, they made their money through the stock market is a misnomer. They made their money by visualizing, creating, and executing on a strategy. So they created that wealth by solving the potential customer's problem. The customer possibly did not even know he had a problem. They visualize what problem, what pain he has to go through. When we look at Google, we understand that they decided to organize the world's information. So this was a problem. The information is disorganized, we will organize it. When we had to write a project, it took us 10 days. We had to go to the library, look at various books, try to make a reference and write a project. The same work can be done in 1/20th of the time today because of Google. Google allows me to access all the resources. And this was a problem which has saved enormous amount of time for a large number of students, whether they are at the age of 20 or they are at the age of 80. So this problem solving mentality and having the courage to go out and do that is entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship creates wealth. References in CA Students Conference to the CA stipend are mandatory. Even in our days, we used to do that. Today, looking back, we realize the kind of investment in practical training which CA students get. Only medical students get similar experience working in the hospital. We know what a business is. We go to factories, we take stock, we visit the store, we look at the bills, we look at various departments, many other professions, many other educational courses. The students have no idea what the real world looks like. And this is an investment in knowledge which goes a very, very long way in creating wealth for all of us. So the practical knowledge sets the CA students apart. And I think your biggest investment, you are halfway or more than halfway through it just now. So don't look at the stipend like CA Rucha Chitare told you about. Don't look at 2 hours, don't look at $5, don't look at 3 minutes. Look at what value has been created with the stipend being meager. Also, it tells you that you have to manage two careers at the same time. You have to work through the day in the office. You have to devote balance of your time for the study. And in those days, you could see examples like respected Zahore sir, that he would start the intermediate class at 5:30 in the morning, go to his office at 9 o'clock, start the final class at 6 in the morning, go home possibly at 10 o'clock at night. And this example of hard work, when you see, it motivates you, it inspires you. So I think the CA course, don't look at the finger, look at the moon. Don't look at the stipend, look at the kind of investment that you are getting. They say good judgment is the result of experience. Experience is the result of bad judgment. So when we make mistakes, we learn a lot. And that is what, as you stand on the shores of the ocean, trying to go into your career, you will navigate different course. You will take experience on the way. Some of the things Akshit talked about, value and price in the same sentence, in the same meaning. When you get into investments, you realize that value and price are two different things. And this is the difference, this is the gap. The mispricing gives you the opportunity. So that is one part. It is easy today to say what strategies to follow. You realize that buy and hold strategy turns out to be a buy, hold, and pray strategy, that what you have bought, you keep praying that it goes up, it goes up, it goes up. When we talk of innovative ways, I think the CA students also need to look outside the box, break the threshold of conventional thinking. So when we talk of innovative ways of financing, we have to look at what is happening in the world. You have to mention crowdfunding. You have to mention initial coin offers. Then we will be going outside the box. We'll be really innovative. I think with these remarks, I wish you all the very best in your career. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much, Patak sir. I hope you really enjoyed the session and learned a lot about the finance sector. It added to your knowledge. I declare technical session 3 as over. I am Ria and thank you for having me. I declare the session as over. I request Rajashri ma'am to take over.
Thank you. So now we move towards the next session, which is the motivational session, which is personally one of my favorite topic. And okay, so because we have lack of time, I'll request CA Malpani sir to start this session. Yeah, before that, I'll just say a few lines about him. He's the director of Malpani Group. He's chairman of Sangamner College, has worked on many committee of state government's education department, has been vice president of National Yogasana Thoughts Federation. He wrote and edited 66 books and columns in many newspapers and many more. But of course, because we have lack of time, I'll request CA Dr. Sanjay Malpani sir to start this session. Thank you.
Namaste to everyone. I am really happy to interact with all the students of CA in this session. Though the session is delayed, I can understand that all the students, those who were presenting their papers, and I was also happy to listen all the papers and the innovative ideas which we are coming up with. I have very little time left for my session now because I have to conclude my session by 1 p.m. and we are already 45 minutes late. So let us start with Deepak Prajwalan, because we have the tradition of starting any session, a new session, with Deepak Prajwalan. But today's Deepak Prajwalan is not going to happen just for the sake of Deepa Prajwalan. This is a wonderful experiment which one of my students taught me in the school. And he come up with one candle and he asked me the question that if I want to keep this burning, what all are the things which are needed. So we started giving him answers कि मोमबत्ती चाहिए, माचिस चाहिए, माचिस में स्टिक्स चाहिए, and so many things. हम बोलते गए, ऑक्सीजन चाहिए, हाथ चाहिए, आंखें चाहिए, एवरीथिंग. क्लास था 5th स्टैंडर्ड 6th स्टैंडर्ड के स्टूडेंट्स का, उसमें ये बात हो रही थी. और वो बच्चा जो था छोटा सा, वो मानने को राजी नहीं था कि ये सही जवाब है. और फिर हम सब हार गए. तो हमने उसे पूछा कि भैया तू ही जवाब दे दे, यू हैव टू गिव द आंसर नाउ. तो उसने जो जवाब दिया वो मेरे दिल में सदा सदा के लिए रह गया. और वो जवाब ये था कि यदि इस मोमबत्ती को हमें जलता रखना है तो हमें जरूरत है कि ये मोमबत्ती सीधी होनी चाहिए. द मोमेंट वी डू इट अपवर्ड डाउन, वो मोमबत्ती बुझ जाती है. क्यों बुझती है मोमबत्ती? वो मोमबत्ती उसी के मोम से बुझ जाती है. और फिर उसने और एक बात मुझे जो कही, वो तो मैंने यहां लिख के रखी है, अपने हृदय में लिख के रखी है. उसने जो बात कही वो ये थी कि जैसे एक मोमबत्ती होती है वैसे ही हमारी खोपड़ी भी होती है. जब तक सीधी है तब तक सब सही है, और जब उल्टी हो जाएगी तब वो अपने आप ही बुझ जाएगी. उसी के मोम से बुझती है वो मोमबत्ती और अंधेरा छा जाता है. जिस क्षण खोपड़ी उल्टी हो जाए, हम नेगेटिव हो जाए, उस क्षण ये बात पक्की है, ये घटना पक्की है कि हम लोग नेगेटिव हो जाएंगे, हम बुझ जाएंगे. मुझे जो टॉपिक दिया गया है वो आर्ट ऑफ विनिंग, ये टॉपिक है. और सबसे पहला यदि कोई उसका उत्तर है कि व्हाट इज द आर्ट, द आर्ट स्टार्ट्स विथ बी पॉजिटिव, ऑलवेज ऊर्ध्वगति होनी चाहिए, प्रगति की दिशा होनी चाहिए, ऊपर की दिशा होनी चाहिए, ना कि नीचे की दिशा. तो बी पॉजिटिव इज द फर्स्ट लेसन इफ वी रियली वांट टू विन. सवाल यह है कि ये जो विजय है वो विजय किससे पानी है, विथ whom you really want to get win over. और उसका जवाब यह है कि और किसी से नहीं, मुझे अपने पर ही विजय पानी है. आज मैं कहां हूं उसकी तुलना में कल मैं कहां रहूंगा, इसका चिंतन. कल मैं कहां था उसकी तुलना में आज मैं कहां हूं, इसका अवलोकन. ये दोनों बातें जब तक हम नहीं करेंगे तब तक जीतने की कोई संभावना हमारे साथ है नहीं. हम लोगों को कॉन्स्टेंटली ये बात देखनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जमाना जिस गति से बदल रहा है. मुझे याद है 25-30 साल पहले मेरी जब शादी हुई, तब जहां मैं बैठा हूं संगमनेर में, एसटीडी फैसिलिटी तक अवेलेबल नहीं थी. हमें ट्रंक कॉल बुक करने पड़ते थे, और ट्रंक कॉल लगने को 1 घंटा 2 घंटा, कभी कभी 24 घंटा भी लग जाता था. बारिश आती तो कॉल लगना मुश्किल हो जाता. तो मेरी जो फियांस थी उसको मुझे फोन करने के लिए बड़ी मशक्कत करनी पड़ती. कई बार मुझे पुणे आना पड़ता. तो मेरे एक दोस्त ने मुझे कहा कि तू पागल है, यू शुड गो एंड मीट द टेलीफोन ऑपरेटर, शी विल हेल्प यू अ लॉट. तो मैं टेलीफोन एक्सचेंज में चला गया. वहां जो मैडम थी उससे मैंने बात की. वो मैडम ने मुझे कहा कि डोंट वरी, आई एम देयर, आई विल हेल्प यू. और अगले दिन जब मैंने फोन किया तो वो मैडम ने मुझे विद इन अ सेकंड फोन मिला दिया विथ नॉर्मल कॉल रेट. अदरवाइज इफ यू वांट टू कॉल ऑन लाइटनिंग, एक लाइटनिंग कॉल करना है, then the rates were like 8 times more than the normal call. If you want to talk to somebody urgently, then the rate was double. If you want to talk to a specific person, a particular person, then they used to call it PP call. For that, the rate used to be double. So, if you want to talk urgently with a particular person, rate used to be 4 times more. And if you want to talk on lightning call, then rate would have been 8 times more than the normal call. तो मैंने मैडम से पूछ लिया था पहले कि मैडम what kind of rate you are going to apply. So she told me I am going to apply you normal rates. आई वॉज सो हैप्पी, जैसे मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं स्वर्ग में पहुंच गया हूं, इतनी खुशी थी। अगले दिन से मैंने फोन करना शुरू किया, मैडम बड़ी हेल्पफुल थी, वो फोन लगा देती थी। 3-4 दिन बड़ा अच्छा चला। एक दिन बारिश आई तो फोन में खरखर की आवाज आई, तो मैंने मैडम को फिर लाइन पे लिया। डायल वगैरह कुछ नहीं होते थे फोन पर, फोन उठाओ तो वो ऑपरेटर लाइन पर आके हमें नंबर पूछती थी। तो मैंने उनसे बोला कि मैडम बहुत खरखर आवाज आ रही है। तो उस मैडम ने मुझे कहा कि मुझे तो दोनों की आवाज बिल्कुल सही आ रही है और पिछले 4 दिन से मैं सुन रही हूं और तुम्हारा बड़ा अच्छा चल रहा है। तब मुझे पता चला कि मैडम इतना हेल्प क्यों करती है। जिन बच्चों की एंगेजमेंट हो जाती थी उनको मैडम बड़ा हेल्प करती थी, उनका रेपुटेशन था बड़ी हेल्पिंग है, लेकिन शी यूज्ड टू लिसन द कॉन्वर्सेशन, दैट वाज हर हॉबी, एंड फ्रॉम दैट डे आई स्टॉप्ड कॉलिंग व्हेन शी यूज्ड टू बी देयर. When I look at the present scenario, I am talking at Sangamner, a Tehsil place, and I am talking to you people, those who are sitting all over India, and you are watching my lecture, or especially in this COVID period, we have upgraded ourselves with the technology, and we are reaching over 70 countries now. Every Saturday, Sunday, I am talking to people of 70 different countries. So this kind of transformation has happened, whether we adopted ourselves with this kind of transformation is the question. मैंने एमकॉम किया था और मैंने अपने पिताजी से कहा कि मुझे भी सीए करना है। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा सीए का मेरा मतलब है अब आ जाओ, चले आओ, इज सीए फॉर मी। ऐसे चलो एमबीए तो करने दो। उन्होंने कहा एमबीए मालपानी ब्रदर्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, इट इज गोइंग टू बी हियर। तो मैं उसके आगे, मुझे यहां आना पड़ा, अपना बिजनेस ज्वाइन करना पड़ा। और मैं जब सोचता हूं पीछे जाकर और आज का विषय, तब मुझे लगता है कि इतना बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जो टेक्नोलॉजी में आया है। हम लोग सीए की पढ़ाई करते हैं, मैं देखता हूं सीए स्टूडेंट्स, मेरे स्कूल के कॉलेज के कई बच्चे सीए की पढ़ाई के लिए जाते हैं, और जब वो सीए होकर लौट के आते हैं और मैं ही उनका इंटरव्यू जब लेता हूं कि क्या क्या पढ़ के आया, तो मेरा सबसे पहला सवाल होता है कि क्या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में पढ़ाया गया। मुझे मालूम है कि सीए का सिलेबस बहुत अच्छा अपग्रेडेड सिलेबस है, नो डाउट अबाउट इट, लेकिन दुनिया इतनी गति से आगे बढ़ रही है कि हमें समय कम पड़ जाता है कि वो उतना करिकुलम हम साथ में दे। ये जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये जो एसएपी है, हमारे लॉजिकल और एनालिटिकल थिंकिंग स्किल्स है, हमारा मैथ्स है, इस पर हम लोग कितना काम कर रहे हैं। मैं परसों देख रहा था कि एक जमाना था जब स्टॉक लेना होता था वेयरहाउस में तो घंटों लग जाते थे। अब नया टेक्नोलॉजी यूज किया गया, ड्रोन का उपयोग किया गया या गूगल मैप का उपयोग किया गया, एंड वो कोल स्टॉक 35 टाइम लेसर देन व्हाट दे यूज्ड टू टेक, 35 टाइम लेसर टाइम में उन्होंने वो स्टॉक काउंट किया विद द हेल्प ऑफ सैटेलाइट। सो दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर कमिंग अप, and the curriculum which we are into is not going to be the full-fledged curriculum for us to launch ourselves and to win over us. ये हम लोगों को बहुत ध्यान रखने की बात होगी। ये सारे स्किल्स, पहली बात तो ये है कि कुछ बच्चे सीए कंप्लीट नहीं कर पाते। दोज हु कैनॉट कंप्लीट इट, वो इंटर तक आते हैं, इंटरमीडिएट तक आते हैं, they cannot complete the CA exam for many reasons, and I see them that they are depressed just because they could not do this, and my perspective to look at this failure is entirely different. जब अर्जुन ने यह सवाल पूछा था कृष्ण से कि मैं चला जाता हूं, मुझे नहीं लड़ना युद्ध, मैं संन्यास ले लेता हूं, तब कृष्ण ने एक बहुत सुंदर बात बताई थी अर्जुन को, हतोवा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गम जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिम तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृत निश्चयः। यदि तू हार जाता है तो स्वर्ग में जाएगा, क्योंकि युद्ध में वीरगति को प्राप्त होना यह स्वर्ग में जाना होता है, और यदि तू जीतेगा तो तुझे स्वर्ग प्राप्त होगा। हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गम जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिम, जीतेगा तो तुझे राज्य प्राप्त होगा। दोनों में जीत तेरी ही है। सीए करेगा तो राज्य प्राप्त होगा, लेकिन सीए हारेगा तो स्वर्ग। स्वर्ग का मतलब ये नहीं कि मरेगा और बाद में कुछ दुनिया मिलेगी, ना ना, इट इज मच मोर देन दैट। ये स्वर्ग मुझे इसी पृथ्वी पर बनाना है, और उसके लिए मेरे सामने जितनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, सीए होने के बाद तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज का एक लिमिट आ गया कि अब सीए से रिलेटेड बातें मुझे करनी है। लेकिन मैं सीए नहीं बनता हूं तो मेरे सामने और भी बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, बिकॉज यू हैव ऑलरेडी ऑब्टेन्ड सम बेसिक नॉलेज which a CA possesses, and along with that you are good at technology, you are good at some other skills like interpersonal skills. Interpersonal skills are very important. मैं जानता हूं जो लोग बहुत अच्छी पढ़ाई नहीं करते, उनके इंटरपर्सनल स्किल्स बहुत कमाल के होते हैं। जो बैकबेंचर्स है स्कूल में, वो आगे जाके जीवन के एग्जाम में बहुत अच्छा कर लेते, क्योंकि उनके दोस्त बहुत होते हैं, उनका नेटवर्क बहुत अच्छा होता है। आपके इंटरपर्सनल स्किल अच्छे हैं, यू हैव नो लिमिट्स, कहीं भी जा सकते हैं। सो एक बात तो पहली ध्यान में रखनी है कि वॉट एवर इट मे हैपन, आपका मोमबत्ती उल्टा नहीं होना चाहिए। आपको जीतना है तो आपका मोमबत्ती सदैव सीधा हो कि जो भी हो जाए मैं तो जीतने वाला हूं। और ये पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि ये रिसोर्सेस नहीं होने के बावजूद भी, ये रिसोर्सेस नहीं होने के बावजूद भी हमने कई एग्जाम्पल्स ऐसे देखे। जिस महाराष्ट्र से मैं बात कर रहा हूं, उस महाराष्ट्र में छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का एक एग्जाम्पल हमने देखा कि रिसोर्सेस कुछ नहीं थे, लेकिन जो चीजें थी उनको रिसोर्स बनाया गया। उन पहाड़ों को रिसोर्स बनाया गया। उन देहाती लोगों को, जिनको हम मावड़े कहते थे, उन देहाती लोगों को रिसोर्स बनाया गया, और उनके बलबूते स्वराज्य की निर्मित उन्होंने की, उन्होंने जीत हासिल की। दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग हिस्ट्री। आज समय की कमी है इसलिए मैं ज्यादा बोलूंगा नहीं, लेकिन एक बहुत सुंदर चीज मैं आपको दिखाने लाया हूं। यू हैव टू जस्ट काउंट हाउ मेनी स्क्वायर्स डू यू सी इन दिस फिगर एंड जस्ट स्टार्ट काउंटिंग, and I'm sure your first answer is going to be 16, but that is the wrong answer because there are many more squares. Just go on counting. Yes, I know you found the outer square, that is 17th now, but still you have to go ahead and you have to find out that how many squares are there in this total, this figure. Now here you can see this is one square of which includes this 4 squares, and you have 4 corner squares like this. So 17 plus 4 you have 21, but the answer doesn't end here because you have the middle one. So that is 22nd square, and you have 4 more on the sides. So your tally goes to 26 now, and still there are more squares. And you have to keep on finding, keep on researching, you have to go in deep, and that going deep is the art of winning. That going deep and deep and deeper is the art of winning, because you can see 4 more squares on the corner, which includes these 9 small squares. So you have 4 more squares where the tally reaches to 30. There are not only 16 squares, there are 30 squares. And you cannot find these squares unless you go deeper and deeper. So when you're doing your CA, at the same time you will have to see what law says, and you will have to refer some books of law course. You will have to find out and way to find out the Supreme Court decisions. These all things are available now on tip of your finger, and you can find out. You might be very fast at computers because you are of this era, so you are well versed with computers, but finding out these kind of decisions with the help of artificial intelligence, finding out the data, मुझे तो लगता है कि आने वाले 1 या 2 साल के अंदर अंदर गवर्नमेंट ही आपका रिटर्न आपके सामने लाके देगा कि जस्ट चेक दिस एंड वेदर दिस इज राइट और रॉन्ग। ये ऑडिट वगैरह ये सब तो अब बातें पुरानी होती जाएगी। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बलबूते गवर्नमेंट, आपका टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट ही एसएससी के सामने लाके रखेगा कि दिस इज योर रिटर्न, यू हैव टू फाइल दिस रिटर्न नाउ। If there is something wrong in this, you have way to see. अब वो फेसलेस सारी असेसमेंट भी होने लग गई है. The kind of technology is हम लोगों को यदि जीतना है तो इन सब चीजों के ऊपर ध्यान देना होगा. क्या आप पेपर पढ़ते हैं? क्या मैं इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स रोज पढ़ता हूं? मुझे यदि सीए बनना है तो आज क्या चल रहा है दुनिया में ये मुझे पढ़ना ही होगा, क्योंकि रूटीन वाला जो टाइम था वो अब चला गया. रूटीन ऑडिट वाला टाइम चला गया. हम लोगों को यदि जीतना है तो आखिरी 2 बातें बताता हूं, बिकॉज वी आर रियली रनिंग वेरी शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम. एक चीज का बड़ा ध्यान आप लोगों को रखना है, खास करके यंग जनरेशन जो अब सीए बनने जा रही है, उनको जीत का ऐसा मंत्र बताऊंगा कि आप जीत के ही रहेंगे. और वो मंत्र ये है कि नेवर बी रिएक्टिव. आपके सामने कुछ भी घट जाए, आग लग जाए आपके यहां, उसके बावजूद आपको रिएक्टिव नहीं बनना है. ये एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज आपको ध्यान में रखनी होगी. ये रिएक्शन जो है, मैं देख रहा हूं, might be there are so many reasons for this. Previously there used to be a joint family, now nuclear family. Previously there used to be face to face interaction, now lot of social interaction is happening, and these must be the reason for these kind of outbursts कि मैं गुस्से में आ जाता हूं, मैं रिएक्ट कर जाता हूं. भगवत गीता में बहुत सुंदर बात कही, त्रिविधं नरकस्येदं द्वारं नाशनम् आत्मनः काम क्रोधस् तथा लोभस् तस्मादेतत् त्रयं त्यजेत्. काम, क्रोध और लोभ, इसमें क्रोध ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, रिएक्शंस, कि मैं इतना फास्ट रिएक्ट करता हूं हर चीज के ऊपर. यू आर गोइंग टू हैंडल योर क्लाइंट्स, यू आर गोइंग टू हैंडल योर टीम, यू आर गोइंग टू हैंडल सो मेनी पीपल अराउंड यू, यू आर गोइंग टू हैंडल योर फैमिली. इफ यू रियली वांट टू विन, आज से एक आदत आपको करनी होगी कि मुझे किसी भी हालत में रिएक्ट नहीं करना है. आई एम गोइंग टू बी प्रोएक्टिव. मैं रिएक्टिव नहीं बनूंगा, मैं प्रोएक्टिव बनूंगा. और आई एम गोइंग टू बी द हैप्पी पर्सन. मैं देख रहा हूं जिस टाइप का स्ट्रेस लेकर ये जनरेशन चलती है, स्पेशली सीए स्टूडेंट्स, मेडिकल के स्टूडेंट्स, इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट्स, जो स्ट्रेस लेकर चल रहे हैं आप लोग, आई एम रियली वरीड फॉर यू पीपल. कितनी जिंदगी वाकई में स्ट्रेसफुल नहीं है, और स्ट्रेस जो भी है वो बाहर से आ रहा है. अंदर से यदि आपका स्विच ऑन रहा तो अद्भुत बात घटती है. कृष्ण कहते हैं, मन प्रसाद सौम्यत्वम मौनमात्म विनिग्रह भाव संशुद्धिरित्ते तत्तपो मानस मुच्यते. ये थोड़ा सा तप करेंगे ना कि मन को आनंदित रखने का, तो घटता क्या है? प्रसादे सर्व दुखानाम हानिरस्योपजायत. इस प्रसाद के साथ में, इस आनंदित हमारी मनोभूमिका के साथ में, कुछ भी हो जाए, आग भी लग जाए, तो आग लगने पर भी मुझे बैलेंस्ड रहना है. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू बी रिएक्टिव. हाउ इट हैपन्स, आपको जीतना है तो एक्सपेरिमेंट ये करके देखना. ये बहुत सिंपल एक्सपेरिमेंट मैं आपको बताऊंगा. आपको जब भी आप दिन भर जो भी घट रहा है घटने दीजिए. रात को एक पीछे मुड़ के देख लेना कि आज दिन भर में मेरे साथ ऐसी घटना कितनी बार हुई कि मैं रिएक्ट हो गया, मैं रिएक्ट हुआ, मेरा रिएक्टिव मोड पे मैं था, मैं प्रोएक्टिव मोड पे नहीं था. ऐसा कितनी बार हुआ? रात को सोने से पहले एक प्रार्थना जरूर कर लेना कि कल मुझे ये आंकड़ा कम करना है. अपना सेल्फ ऑडिट करना है आपको. ये सेल्फ ऑडिट आपको बताएगा कि आपका पैरामीटर क्या है, क्रोध का, रिएक्टिवनेस का, आपको सिखाएगा. और एक और आदत करना है. सिंस यू आर सीए स्टूडेंट्स, आई एम गोइंग टू टेल यू वन मैथमेटिक्स. आप कोई भी ऐसा मैथमेटिक्स करें जो आपको सोचने के लिए मजबूर कर दे थोड़ा सा. मैं सिंपल बता रहा हूं, आप उसको मुश्किल कर सकते हैं. 100 minus 3 97, 97 minus 3 94, 94 minus 3 91, 91 minus 3. यहां पे जब आते हैं ना तो हम लोगों को थोड़ा सा रुकना पड़ता है. द अवेकनिंग प्रोसेस हैपन्स. You can do it anything. You can take it 9999 minus 89, whatever. You should have your own calculation, which should be little difficult. And when you use this technique, Whenever you are reactive, रिएक्शन घट गया, उसके बाद इतना एक्सपेरिमेंट करना और फिर आगे का काम शुरू करना। मैंने किसी के ऊपर गुस्सा कर दिया, मैंने अननेसेसरी रिएक्ट किया, उसके बाद तुरंत ये एक्सरसाइज करना और फिर आगे का काम शुरू करना। एंड आई टेल यू, विद इन अ वीक्स टाइम the calculation starts happening before you conclude with your reaction, and within 10 days to 15 days time you become buddha। आपका बुद्धत्व जग जाता है, आपको बोध हो जाता है, पहले ही आपके रिएक्टिव होने से पहले ही आपको बोध हो जाता है, अरे मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है, आई हैव टू कैलकुलेट। और जैसे ही कैलकुलेशन आप करते हैं, आपका विवेक, आपका कॉन्शियस जग जाता है, your conscious is awake and you don't react। if you practice this, I tell you, you have started the winning process। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करे। ये विनिंग जो है, ये आर्ट ऑफ विनिंग, ये फॉर नॉट फॉर अदर्स, दिस इज फॉर योरसेल्फ। you have to win over you। that is the way of winning, that is the art of winning। हम लोग कहते हैं कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती। नन्ही चींटी जब दाना लेकर चढ़ती है, चढ़ती दीवारों पर 100 बार फिसलती है, चढ़कर गिरना, गिरकर चढ़ना ना करता है, आखिर उसकी मेहनत बेकार नहीं होती। कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती। दुबकिया सिंधु में गोताखोर लगाता है, जा जाकर खाली हाथ लौट कर आता है, लगते न सहज ही मोती गहरे पानी में, बढ़ता दुगना उत्साह उसी हैरानी में। मुट्ठी उसकी खाली हर बार नहीं जाती, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती। उसकी अगली जो 4 पंक्तियां है, वो मेरी दृष्टि से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण। असफलता एक चुनौती है, स्वीकार करो, क्या कमी रह गई देखो और सुधार करो, जब तक न सफल हो नींद चैन की त्यागो तुम। जावरे सर बैठे हैं यहां पर, हमने देखा है उनका व्यक्तित्व। जब तक न सफल हो नींद चैन की त्यागो तुम, संघर्षों का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम, कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती। मुझे लगता है इस मार्ग पर चलेंगे तो जीतने की कला आपको निश्चित रूप से आएगी। कीप योरसेल्फ ऑलवेज इन अ पॉजिटिव मोड, थिंक बियॉन्ड 16 स्क्वायर्स इन योर लाइफ, get total control of yourself, keep your conscious on, think of resources which are available to you, don't keep on crying that I don't have resources, go ahead, and even if you fails, go ahead, think over it, introspect, retrospect, and go ahead, be proactive and never be reactive। There are so many things to tell you, but since today we are running short of time, thank you very much CA Institute Pune for calling me on this dais and giving me this honor to interact with all the youngsters here। Thank you very much।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for, in short duration, you have explained a lot. So that was worth listening. Thank you so much. And just a few lines from my side, like living in a favorable and unfavorable situation is called part of living, and smiling in all situation is called art of living. So follow your heart, but of course take your brain along. And now, before ending this session, I would request Munira sir to give vote of thanks. Thank you.
I'm very sorry, Mundaraji, you are there on the dais and I am really happy to see you there। he keeps on helping so many CA students, those who come from rural areas to Pune। He's a wonderful personality। thank you very much for joining this session। Satyanarayan Ji Mundara, this is for you।
आदरणीय संजय भैया जी, आज आपको समय कम मिला, ये आपका समय आपके पास बाकी है, और जल्द से जल्द हम आपका समय यूज कर लेंगे, जो बाकी समय बच्चों के लिए काम में आ जाएगा। आपने कम समय के अंदर अच्छा मार्गदर्शन किया बच्चों के लिए और कैसे जीत करना चाहिए अपनी लाइफ में वो बताया है। मैं सब सीए की स्टूडेंट की ओर से आपको धन्यवाद अर्पित करता हूँ और बचा हुआ समय जल्द से जल्द लेने की कोशिश करने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, और वो भी वर्चुअल के बजाय फिजिकल आप टाइम देवें तो अच्छा रहे हमारे बच्चों के लिए। आपका अकाउंट बहुत बाकी है पुराना। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I take your permission to
Now
leave.
moving to the next session, impact of COVID on entertainment industry. I see Rajeshri sir once again. Welcome you all.
दोस्तों 2010 से नेशनल कन्वेंशन का स्टार्ट किया था हमने, और नेशनल कन्वेंशन इज दिवाली ऑफ द आईसीएस स्टूडेंट्स। दिवाली होती है और दिवाली के अंदर संक्रांत मनाई जाती है। नॉर्मली जो डेट होती है संक्रांत की, कन्वेंशन को अपन नेशनल इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन स्टूडेंट कन्वेंशन को अपन दिवाली के संक्रांत के हिसाब से एडजस्ट करते हैं, और सब बच्चों को हम तिलगुल खिलाते हैं। पिछले 10 साल से मैंने तिलगुल खिलाया था, मगर इस बार डेट क्लैश होने के कारण आप तिलगुल खा नहीं पाए, तो जल्दी आपको तिलगुल मिल जाएंगे बाद में। और ये आईसीआई का जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि नहीं, आपने एक भी लेक्चर सुन लिया तो आपका लाइफ का टर्निंग पॉइंट हो सकता है। आपकी सोच बदल सकती है, आपकी थिंकिंग बदल सकती है, आपको अच्छे लोग मिल सकते हैं, अच्छे ग्रुप मिल सकते हैं, अच्छे जीवन साथी मिल सकते हैं। इतना फायदा नेशनल कन्वेंशन का है। और दोस्तों, सब दोस्तों से सीए जो भी स्टूडेंट है मेरे दोस्त है और परमानेंट दोस्त है। दोस्ती के नाम पे एक शेर अर्ज करता हूं, जिंदगी हर पल खास नहीं होती, जिंदगी हर पल खास नहीं होती, फूलों की खुशबू हमेशा साथ नहीं होती, फूलों की खुशबू हमेशा साथ नहीं होती, मिलना तो हमारी तकदीर में लिखा ही था, मिलना तो हमारी तकदीर में लिखा ही था, वरना इतनी प्यारी दोस्ती इत्तेफाक नहीं होती।
Oh my God.
मेरे हिसाब से सभी से पहचान है आपकी, जो स्टूडेंट है सबसे मेरी पहचान है। मेरा नंबर सबके पास है।
Yes.
एग्जाम में 2 मार्क देता है मेरा नंबर। जिसके पास नंबर नहीं, नंबर लेके रखना। कहने का मतलब दोस्तों, जो भी डिफिकल्टी आती है, जब भी कोई आपको काम आता है, आप हमें याद करो, आपका समय बच जाएगा। उस समय आप पढ़ाई के अंदर लगाओ, पढ़ाई के से 150 180 के 200 मार्क मिलाओ, 198 के 200 मार्क मिलाओ और जल्दी सीए बन जाओ। और सीए बनने के लिए सबसे सिंपल है प्रोफेशनल मारुति। पुणे के अंदर प्रोफेशनल मारुति पता है आपको? पता है कि नहीं? तो सीए कैसे बनेंगे जल्दी? यू नो प्रेस्टीज पॉइंट, उस सामने गार्डन है, गार्डन में जाने का नहीं, गार्डन के सामने जाने का। विकार हनुमान जी का मंदिर है, जहां हम साल में 2 बार बच्चों के लिए हवन करते हैं। हवन का एक बहाना होता है, बच्चे सभी पढ़ाई करते हैं पर कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए हम हवन करते हैं और चाहते हैं कि मेरे दोस्त जल्दी सीए बने। कम से कम 6000 बच्चे अभी तक सीए बन चुके हैं विदाउट फीस। तो आपको रिक्वेस्ट है, जब भी समय रहा सीए बनने तक आप वहां जरूर जाइए। बाद में बंद किया तो चलेगा, और सीए बनने तक जाना जरूरी है। ऑल द बेस्ट। जिनके पास नंबर नहीं, नंबर यहाँ से मांग के ले लो मेरे पास से। ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you, Munira sir. That was really nice. It was a wonderful speech, hearing you after a long time since Mumbai days. So now I see Rajeshri sir. Once again, welcome you all to the next session, impact of COVID on entertainment industry. So before the conference, Pune Vikasa conducted a survey of impact of COVID-19 on entertainment industry, and then we published it in our national conference. So today we have with us Shri Vikram Gokhale sir to speak about the same. And before that, I would request Samir Ladda sir, he is chairman of Pune Vikasa, and CA Shashank Patki and Monica Trivedi to facilitate our Vikram sir. Thank you. It is virtual. So thank you. Thank you, Vikram sir. So just a few lines for him. Of course, we have a lot of to say, but because of time constraint, I'll say a few lines. Shri Vikram Gokhale sir, he's an Indian film, television, and stage actor. Notable for his roles in Marathi theatre and Hindi films and television. He is also an active social worker. His family has started an organization about 20 years which provides financial support for disabled soldiers and many more.
Please come again.
He was awarded National Film Award for Best Actor, Sangeet Natak Academy Award for Theatre Acting. Thank you. So I now request Shri Vikram Gokhale sir to proceed. Thank you.
नमस्कार नमस्कार सभी को नमस्कार। मैं हमारी जो देश की भाषा है उसमें बात करना पसंद करूंगा कि जरूरी नहीं है कि हम यहाँ सिर्फ अंग्रेजी में बात करें। बहुत सारे बच्चे ऐसे भी होते हैं कि जिनकी अंग्रेजी कमजोर होती, जैसे मेरी है। आई एम नॉट टू गुड इन इंग्लिश, तो बेहतर यही है कि मैं हिंदी में आप सभी से बात करता रहूंगा। अब हम उस मुद्दे पे आते हैं कि कोविड-19 इस महामारी ने पूरी दुनिया को और हमारे मुल्क को क्या सिखाया, क्या दिया, क्या निचोड़ के लिया। बहुत गंभीर मामला है। मैं सिर्फ इतना जानता हूं कि जो पूरी दुनिया का जो अर्थचक्र है, द वर्ल्ड ऑफ मनी, ये पूरा रुक गया है। और ये सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान का या हमारे देश का, हमारे मुल्क का, भारत का नहीं है, ये पूरे विश्व में ये फैल गया है। इससे जल्द से जल्द बाहर निकलने के लिए जैसे ही हमें गवर्नमेंट से परमिशन मिली है कि अभी आप काम करना शुरू कीजिए, तो हमने काम शुरू किया है। जितने सारे उनके रूल्स रेगुलेशंस है, उन सभी को संभालते संभालते हमको काम भी शुरू करना है। जो मैंने किया है, आप सभी को वही करना पड़ेगा। ऑफ कोर्स विथ द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ टेकिंग ऑल प्रिकॉशंस। ऐसा है कि जिसे कहते हैं कि अरे गाड़ी तो छूट गई, उसको पकड़ना है, अब धीरे चल रही है। वो बहुत गतिमान होने से पहले हमको गाड़ी में फिर से अंदर जाना है। कुछ भी करके हमें ये जो हमारे हाथों से, मतलब वी हैव मिस्ड द बस, उसको पकड़ना है तो क्या करना चाहिए। सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि एक जमाने में एक पर्टिकुलर व्यक्ति, मैं ये काम के लिए इतने पैसे ले लूंगा, उतने पैसे ले लूंगा, ये मेरी शर्तें हैं, वो मेरी शर्तें हैं, मैं ये नहीं करूंगा, वगैरह वगैरह करता रहा। उस हर शख्स को ये संभालना चाहिए कि अभी वो वक्त नहीं है। अभी जो काम हाथ में मिलता है उसको स्वीकार करना, और ये जो बहुत बड़ा अर्थचक्र जो रुक गया है उसको पुश करना है, उसको पुश करना है। उसके लिए अभी मनमानी नहीं चलेगी किसी के भी, और न होनी चाहिए। यह हर एक की जिम्मेदारी है कि खुद के लिए नहीं, पूरे मुल्क के लिए हमें बहुत जरूरी है। तो हमारे मुल्क में जितनी सारी जितने सारे बिजनेस है जो अटक गए हैं, उस हर बिजनेस के हर शख्स ने ये देखना जरूरी है कि इस सिचुएशन से बाहर कैसे निकले। मैं बाकी लोगों के बारे में इसलिए नहीं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि आई एम नॉट इन दैट इंडस्ट्री, आई एम नॉट इन कंस्ट्रक्शन, आई एम नॉट इन ज्वेलरी, आई एम ओनली इन एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री। तो एक XYZ एक काम के लिए मैं XYZ मांगता रहा पैसा, उसको मुझे भूल जाना चाहिए। मुझे जो मिलता है उसमें आगे पीछे करके मुझे गाड़ी पकड़नी है वापस, वरना मैं परमानेंटली प्लेटफॉर्म पे रह जाऊंगा। इसलिए हमने ये सोचा है, और मैं तो कर रहा हूं, कि हर आने वाला जो पल है उसको सभी से हाथ जोड़ के बोलता हूं कि भाई काम करना है, मैं ये काम नहीं करूंगा, इतने में नहीं करूंगा, उतने में ही करूंगा, ये बातों को भूल जाना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैंने, क्योंकि वी हैव टू क्रिएट फेथ नाउ इन पीपल हु आर गोइंग टू पुट मनी इन द इंडस्ट्री अगेन, इन स्पाइट ऑफ ऑल दिस सिचुएशन। somebody is taking some steps ahead with courage. उस करेज को धक्का नहीं लगाना है। जैसे कि मुझे किसी ने कहा कि मैं 1 करोड़ रुपया लगाता हूं, इसमें ये काम करना चाहिए, तो मुझे ये देखना है कि आई हैव टू क्रिएट फेथ। उसने अगर मुझे दिया है 1 करोड़ रुपया, लॉक किया है मेरा बजट उसके काम के लिए, तो आई हैव टू सी दैट I have to save his money and I have to return that money to him, कि मैंने ये इस तरह से काम किया है और इतने पैसे बचा के मैंने काम किया है, ये आपका बाकी का पैसा जो है वो आपके सुपुर्द में करता हूँ। ये काम हर एक ने करना चाहिए। ये काम अगर हर एक ने किया तो मुझे लगता है कि आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हम लोग इस सिचुएशन से बाहर निकल सकते हैं। और जो पैसा डालने वाला है वो हर व्यक्ति, उसको एक विश्वास देना चाहिए। बहुत जरूरी है कि मैं कहाँ पैसा लगा रहा हूं, उससे रिटर्न कैसे मिलेंगे। 2 रुपए का 4 रुपया नहीं होगा शायद, 2 रुपये का 2.25 रुपया तो होना चाहिए, 2.5 रुपया होना चाहिए। लेकिन 2 रुपया खर्च करने के बजाय अगर मैंने 1 रुपया 90 पैसे में काम किया तो उसका 5% वापस गया। इस तरह से काम हो, इस तरह से काम हो तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सिचुएशन से बहुत जल्दी आहिस्ता आहिस्ता लेकिन अच्छी तरह से बाहर निकल सकते हैं। अब मुझे ये मालूम नहीं है कि सीए इसमें क्या काम करेगा। मैं बताता हूं आपको। आपकी जो फीस होती है, जो होने वाली है आगे जाके, तो आप कहेंगे मेरी फीस इतनी है विक्रम जी, तो उससे भी कम फीस में आपने काम करना है वरना काम नहीं होगा, वहीं पर रुक जाएंगे हम। फॉर मी टू पुश दिस जो चक्कर है, अर्थ चक्र, उसको धक्का मारना है और वो अचानक नहीं होता है। जैसे भरी हुई कोई एक ट्रक है, उसको पहले क्षण में हम नहीं ढकेल सकते हैं, उसको कियाइंग आहिस्ता आहिस्ता करके आगे पीछे करके आपको उसको गति देनी है। इस तरह से हमें काम करना पड़ेगा। इसमें इमोशनलिज्म, सेंटिमेंटलिज्म, इसको कम करना है। अभी लोग कहते हैं कि थिएटर हमारी जिंदगी है, सिनेमा हमारी जिंदगी है, लिखना, डायरेक्ट करना ये हमारा पैशन है, वो है, ये है। मैं ये कहूंगा कि इस वक्त ये सिचुएशन में आपको इस तरह से पैशन, इस तरह से लगाव से कोई कुछ नहीं होगा। इस तरह से इसको कम करना है, जो हाथ में मिलता है उसको पकड़ना है और आगे चलना है। वही बात रही सीएस की भी, तो आपने भी वही सोचना है। मुझे मालूम नहीं आप कौन से स्तर तक मेरी बात को समझ रहे हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आई एम ट्राइंग माय बेस्ट टू सॉल्व and give the answer to what happened to industries, including our entertainment industry in our country. बहुत भयंकर स्थिति है, बहुत भयंकर स्थिति है। और इस स्थिति से बाहर आने के लिए हमें ये सब कुछ करना है कि जो हाथ में आता है वो काम मेरा है। आया हर दिन उसको अच्छी तरह से हमारे साथ ले जाना है और आगे का जो है आने वाला दिन उसको और अच्छा करना है। और अच्छा करने के लिए हमें अर्थव्यवस्था को फिर से जगह पे लाने के लिए ये अर्थ चक्र की गति है, इसको गति देना है जो रुक गया है। बस इससे ज्यादा मुझे लगता है कि मैं और कुछ क्या क्या कह सकता हूँ। दिस इज व्हाट आई फेल्ट दैट दिस इज one of the ways to overcome the situation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर। ऑफ कोर्स बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी बातें सुन के। एंड वर्चुअली के बदले अगर फिजिकल प्रेजेंस होता तो और अच्छा लगता, बट ठीक है।
Sorry, please come again.
I'm saying वर्चुअल प्रेजेंस के बदले अगर फिजिकली प्रेजेंट होते यहाँ तो और अच्छा लगता, आपसे मिलना होता। बट आपने जो
नहीं, मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, मैं काम कर रहा हूँ। आने वाले 3-4 दिन में मेरी शूटिंग शुरू है, जो मैंने खुद स्क्रिप्ट लिखी है और मैं ही डायरेक्ट कर रहा हूँ। अभिनय नहीं कर रहा हूँ उसमें। एक वक्त एक ही बर्तन का ढक्कन उठा के मैं देखता हूँ, तो ये इसमें क्या है, उसमें क्या है, ये भी चख लो, वो भी चख लो, करता नहीं हूँ मैं। लेकिन ये बताना मैं भूल गया, सॉरी टू कम अगेन ऑन द डायस, कि मुझे ऐसा ही लॉक कर दिया उन्होंने। मैंने कहा आई एम नोबडी टू डिसाइड द बजट, इट इज ओनली हिम हु इज गोइंग टू पुट मनी, सो ही हैज टू टेक। सलाह उसने अपने जेब की लेनी है कि मुझे ये प्रोजेक्ट के लिए कितने पैसे खर्च करने हैं। उसके दिए हुए प्रोजेक्ट में जो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट कागज पे है वो पूरा होगा या नहीं होगा, ये सिर्फ मैं बता सकता हूँ, सिर्फ बता सकता हूँ। आई डोंट हैव एनी राइट टू से कि नहीं 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 इससे आप बढ़ाओ, बजट बढ़ाओ। नो, आई एम नोबडी, इट इज ओनली हिम हु इज गोइंग टू पुट मनी। तो उसने जो दिया है बजट, उसमें इसको बिठाने का जो है, हाउ टू एडजस्ट। अगर वो एडजस्ट नहीं होता है तो मुझे साफ साफ मैंने बताना चाहिए कि नहीं इसमें नहीं होगा, आप मत कीजिए। द प्लानिंग ऑफ रिकवरी, तो वो तो रास्ता अगर बंद हो गया, ताला लग गया तो प्रॉब्लम है। रिकवरी प्लानिंग चाहिए, और रिकवरी प्लानिंग में अगर मैं कहीं भी ढीला पड़ गया तो आई एम ए फेल्यूर। तो मैंने XYZ, उस आदमी ने ABC मुझे कोई बजट दिया, मैंने उनको नहीं बोला, मैंने कहा आप बताइए क्या आपके पास पैसे कितने हैं, आप बताएं, उसमें हम बिठा के, ना सिर्फ बिठा के, उसके बाद 1 रुपया भी आगे अगर मेरा खर्च हो गया तो अपने जेब से मैं देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। इतनी ताकत होनी चाहिए तुम्हारे दिलो दिमाग पे, तुम्हारे विचारों पे, तुम्हारे काम के, तुम्हारे तैयारों पे, तुमने क्या क्या किया है, विचारों पे, सब कुछ। तो ये मैं कर रहा हूँ। So this is the way we have to overcome the situation. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू। एंड जो फर्स्ट लाइक स्टार्टिंग में आपने बोला कि लैंग्वेज नॉट द बैरियर, वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, बिकॉज आई नो काफी सारे लोग हैं जिनको बहुत नॉलेज है एंड दे नो, उनको पता है कैसे बोलना है, क्या बोलना है, बट जस्ट बिकॉज इंग्लिश की वजह से वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पाते। सो एक्चुअली आई वांटेड टू से दिस, बट आपने ही कह दिया, अच्छी बात है कि जो लैंग्वेज में कंफर्टेबल है।
नहीं मैडम, ऐसी बात नहीं, बात ऐसी है कि हम खामखा इंग्लिश के पीछे पड़ते हैं। इंग्लिश कोई बुरी भाषा नहीं है, बहुत अच्छी भाषा है, लेकिन वो हमारी मदर टंग नहीं है। कोई शर्मनाक बात नहीं है वो कि हमें अंग्रेजी अच्छी नहीं आती, वो तो हमारी लैंग्वेज नहीं है। हमारी जो लैंग्वेज है वही हमें नहीं आती है, उसके लिए शर्मनाक होना जरूरी है। तो हमारे जो गांव खेड़े के बच्चे हैं जो CA कर रहे हैं, उनको समझना चाहिए कि ये आदमी क्या बोल रहा है, ये औरत क्या कह रही है। इसलिए मैंने ये सुझाव दिया कि आई विल प्रेफर टू स्पीक इन हिंदी। मतलब ये नहीं है कि आई डोंट नो इंग्लिश, बट आई वांट पीपल टू अंडरस्टैंड। लोग जो सुन रहे हैं उनको पता चले कि विक्रम गोखले नाम का एक शख्स क्या क्या बात कर रहा है, तो उनको पता होना चाहिए। इसलिए मैंने सोचा कि हम हिंदी में बात करते हैं, जो हमारे मुल्क की भाषा है।
थैंक यू वेरी
मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि मैं मराठी में बात करूंगा, इट्स वेरी रीजनल एंड यू नो तो वो नहीं करना चाहता हूँ मैं। हिंदी तो सबको आनी चाहिए, इसलिए मैंने ये कहा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much. So now I request CA Sarvesh Mandali to deliver a vote of thanks to all. Thank you.
वेलकम वेलकम, नमस्कार।
On behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I, CA Sarvesh Mende, and the entire fraternity of Pune branch of the Institute. First of all, my sincere thanks to Ganpati Bappa for making this event so grand success and awesome at it was, it was. Thanks to all the dignitaries and our today's guest, Vikram Gokhale sir, and I would like to thank him for spending his busiest time gracing this occasion. Today in this special session, we had the opportunity to hear his thoughts. I would like to mention 2-3 points from his remarks. First is, as a chartered accountant member or as a CA student, you have to adopt, you have to adjust to the things. जैसे कि सर ने कहा कि डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स है, कोविड ने हमें सिखाया है, सो यू हैव टू एडजस्ट टू द थिंग्स एंड उसी के हिसाब से वी हैव टू हमें हमारा रास्ता खोजना पड़ता है. एंड सेकेंड थिंग, ही सेड लैंग्वेज इज नॉट द बैरियर, इट शैल नॉट बी द बैरियर. वो भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग थी. एंड विक्रम सर, आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन कि सीए की जो एग्जाम होती है वो सिर्फ इंग्लिश में नहीं होती, हिंदी मीडियम में भी एग्जाम दे सकते हैं. सो ये भी इंस्टीट्यूट ने फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड की है फॉर द सेक ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स. थैंक यू एवरीवन. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sis.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Now I will request juries for the conference one by one to give their remarks for the conference. I will request Narendra Agarwal sir to start with.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबडी. नमस्कार मंडली, सत श्री अकाल, सबको मेरा नमस्कार. ये जो 3 दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ है वो काफी अच्छी तरह से ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए मैं सबसे पहले विकासा को शुभेच्छा देना चाहता हूं और पूना ब्रांच ऑफ आईसीआई को भी उसी तरीके की शुभेच्छा देना चाहता हूं. दोनों के कॉम्बिनेशन से ये हुआ है. दोस्तों, आपको अभी तक बहुत से स्पीकर्स ने अलग अलग उपमाएं दी होगी, लाइक पिलर ऑफ द इकोनॉमी, बैकबोन ऑफ द इकोनॉमी. मैं सिर्फ आपसे 3 बातें कहूंगा आज. अगर आप इकोनॉमी को एक पिरामिड की तरह देखें, पिरामिड का शेप कैसे होता है? ट्रायंगुलर. नॉट रेफरेंस टू थर्ड अंपायर, इट्स अ ट्रायंगल. ट्रायंगल के आप 3 पार्ट करो. ट्रायंगल को हॉरिजॉन्टली आप 3 भाग में डिवाइड करो, सो यू विल गेट 3 पार्ट्स. द ब्रॉडर पार्ट एट द बॉटम and small part at the top. Broader part of the economy denotes the part of the economy, peoples who contribute to the economy, who are large in numbers, and they contribute to the economy as per their ability in a smaller number. The top part of the economy denotes there are very few people who contribute to the economy in a large scale, but very slowly they will reach to the top and they will vanish. The middle part of the economy, which are the chartered accountants and students of the economy, they have to take forward the economy in next 40-50 years, they have to shoulder the responsibility of the economy more than we chartered accountant members, you students. You have to shoulder the economy in future for 40-50 years. So the whole economy depends on you. You are that much of important to the society. So be careful and have a proper vision for future period in the economy, so that economy will grow and the vision of seniors like our PM will flourish, will be fulfilled. Sorry. दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि आपने अगर देखा होगा तो मैंने जो सवाल पार्टिसिपेंट्स को पूछे, पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी है यहाँ पर, दोज वेर लेस ऑफ एकेडमिक. उसमें उन सवालों में जिंदगी कहीं डालने की कोशिश की गई है मेरे सवालों में. इसका कारण मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं. मैं जब स्कूल में था, when I was in school, I was a very average student. In college also, I was very average student, scoring only 60% of mark nearly. This I am saying with two reasons. One is CA course can be started from zero after completing your college. After, even though you are average in college schools, but you can start study for CA course after completing the college and you can become CA. Entry is not bar for CA. So you can be late started, but you can finish it. The first thing. और दूसरी बात जो मुझे यहाँ तक ले आई है, वो मैं आपको ये कहूँगा कि you have to keep all your senses open. पंचेंद्रिय जो कहा जाता है, कान, नाक, आंखें, मुंह बंद रखने के लिए कहूंगा मैं. बाकी तीनों चीजें खोल के रखो, लेकिन मुंह बंद रखो. जहां जरूरी है वहीं पे बात करनी चाहिए. तो आप अगर इन पंचेंद्रियों का अपने अंदर मिश्रण कर लो, तो इवन इफ यू आर एवरेज स्टूडेंट्स, you can reach to a height. So this is a boosting for the people who have come out with the average life, and don't worry, you can achieve your target now also. तीसरी बात, मैं कल जो नंदा जी ने कहा था उसी बात के लिए आगे मैं कहना चाहूंगा थोड़ा सा. उन्होंने कहा था यूनिटी के बारे में और एकता के बारे में. उन्होंने एक अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया था कि जब वो फिजिकली रिटार्डेड स्टूडेंट्स रनिंग करने के लिए जाते हैं, एक लड़का गिर जाता है तो बाकी सब लोग लेके उसको आगे चलते हैं. ये जिंदगी में हर जगह जरूरी है, whether it would be a studying CA or doing practice of CA, doing service, सभी जगह पर स्टूडेंट्स यूनिटी इज वेरी मस्ट. एकता होगी तो हम हर किसी से लड़ सकते. आप एक लकड़ी हाथ में लो, उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश करो, वो टूट जाएगी. लेकिन अगर 10 लकड़ियां एक साथ लो और उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश करो तो थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा. उसी तरह मेरा यह कहना है कि हमारे सीए फ्रैटर्निटी में जब भी आप स्टूडेंट हो या सीए पास होने के बाद भी जो एकता की जरूरी है वो सभी ने दिखाना चाहिए. हर जगह हम ये सोचते, मतलब कुछ लोग सोचते कि हम किसी से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे, लेकिन आप आगे तभी बढ़ सकते हो जब आपके साथ में कोई चले. अकेला आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता कोई भी. मैं इसके लिए आपसे सिर्फ मेरा एक वाकया शेयर करना चाहता हूं. अभी अक्टूबर महीने की बात है. उसके पहले मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि सभी सीए को साथ में, सीए मेंबर्स को एकता रखनी चाहिए, एक दूसरे से बात करनी चाहिए, एक दूसरे के लिए रिस्पेक्ट होना चाहिए और वो काम पूरे करने चाहिए. तो अभी अक्टूबर में मुझे एक सर यहाँ पर सीनियर से, मैं अगर कहीं गलत हूं तो आप मुझे सही कीजिए। अभी अक्टूबर में मेरे साथ एक वाकया हुआ कि मुझे एक एनओसी का लेटर आया एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट से। एनओसी क्या होता है जानते हो आप? एनओसी यानी एक ऑडिट दूसरे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के पास अगर ट्रांसफर करना है तो पहले चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का उनको नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट लेना पड़ता है। तो मुझे अक्टूबर में एक एनओसी आया कि 1920 का मुझे हमको ऑडिटर अपॉइंट किया है, तो आप एनओसी दीजिए। मेरे पहचान के है वो सीए। मैंने शाम को शांति से उनको फोन किया और कहा आपका एनओसी का मुझे लेटर आया है, मुझे एनओसी देने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है और सीनियर है मेरे काफी, आप कहोगे तो मैं ऐसे ही एनओसी दे देता हूं, लेकिन आपको ये बताऊं तो मेरी पिछले साल की फी बाकी है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमको तो कंपनी ने कुछ अलग ही बताया। मैंने कहा ये ठीक होगा अगर आप उनसे इस बारे में कुछ बात करो। दोस्तों, मैं आज ये रजिस्टर करना चाहता हूं कि दूसरे दिन उनका रिवोकेशन का लेटर आया है मुझे। ये मैं एनओसी देते वक्त राइटिंग में भी दे सकता था, लेकिन दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, टॉक टू देम। इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी टू गो फॉर एनओसी इन राइटिंग, यू कैन टॉक टू देम ओरली इफ सिंस दे आर योर फ्रेंड्स। सो ये एकता होती है। अगर हम एकता के साथ इसी तरह अगर बिहेव करें तो कोई हमें हिला नहीं सकता, नॉट इवन क्लाइंट। दोस्तों, इसी के साथ मैं अपना बात यहीं रुकता हूं। धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Narendra sir. I will request Shashikant Lonikar sir to put his views on conference.
Good afternoon, friends, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my colleagues and future CAs sitting in front of me. I am very much thankful to Pune ICICI and Vikasa for giving me this opportunity to join this event. The topics chosen for this conference were really very good, innovative and out of the box, which shows that there are a lot of opportunities available for CAs in the industry as well as in practice also. I myself was in industry for 32 years. Lot of opportunities are available in industry for CS. And most important, in industry, though we are not procuring anything, not manufacturing anything, nor not selling anything, but still a finance manager or a controller or a CFO is having second position in industry. Why? Because we support industry in taking all types of corporate decisions with financial acumen and accuracy. So all my best wishes to all of you for your future exams and hope to see you as a professional colleague. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance. I will request Shobna ma'am to guide us.
I wish a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and those present in virtual mode, Pune branch bearers and the student friends. And on the top of it, our Guru, great Guru, CA Dr. Javre sir. It was my pleasure to attend this national conference arranged by Pune branch and Vikasa Pune team and to listen the views of the youngsters on various topics. First of all, let me congratulate Pune branch and Vikasa team for organizing such a successful seminar on physical as well as virtual mode, especially during these hard times we all are facing. 80 papers were received from all participants all around the nation, and top 12 among them were presented here. We saw yesterday and day before yesterday and today. It is really appreciable for the contestants all over, and especially those 12 enthusiastic participants who were selected to present their papers here during this extremely busy season for one and all. The papers of those which could not be selected in the top numbers as per the set criteria, that does not necessarily mean that they are not up to the mark. But of course, some others have tried in a better manner. My overall reading about the dynamic participants is that they really deserve a big applause. They have taken trouble to invest their time, which is very important, on different subjects given by the organizers. They must be busy in their studies, office work, preparation for their exams, which were recently held, or the exams to be held next time. It gives me immense pleasure to look at their enthusiasm. I am very much hopeful to interact with the faces of the chartered accountant professionals of tomorrow. I feel more energetic in the company of these smart youngsters. One of my observations about these papers that this generation is very lucky to get the data or the information which they require at their fingertips. Obviously, they are making use of the information in their papers, but they must give due credit to the original author or the source of information available. I'm not aware about this point whether they have given such references in their original papers, but such references were hardly available in the presentations which I have attended for the 3 days here. Especially with the topics related to technology and finance, you must mention the origin of your views at respective places itself, or at least at the end. Of course, there are exceptions to that. Today morning, there was an exception. I do agree. When one takes help from information already available elsewhere, one must make it a point to mention the names of the original writer or the names of the at least websites from where you are compiling your presentation. Once again, I thank you all and Pune branch especially for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shobna ma'am. Now I'll request Jagdish sir to share his views.
I will not speak much because first of all, I am late for today's program. I am totally out of context. Secondly, ऑफिसमध्ये अजूनही आमचे आर्टिकल स्टुडंट्स रिटर्न भरतायत, लास्ट डेट बिंग. मी मध्ये त्यांच्या परवानगीने इथे आलोय. तर I will not speak much. But first of all, I would like to congratulate the entire Vikasa team, the organizing team, the Pune staff for doing this conference in an excellent manner. दोन गोष्टी फक्त शेअर करतो just for the article students which I normally encounter the problems with them. First of all, खूप compliance based चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट्सच्या प्रॅक्टिसेस झाल्या आहेत. आज हे फाईल करा, उद्या ते फाईल करा, कंपनी रिटर्न्स, GST रिटर्न्स. वी आर युझिंग ऑल व्हेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ सॉफ्टवेअर्स. टॅली तर आपण सगळेजण परिचित आहात. फर्स्ट, but what has happened that we are ignoring, or rather there may be some part of mistake from our employer side also, that we are not training the article students for the basic work. तुम्ही तुमच्या स्टडी मटेरियल मधनं काहीतरी वाचून शिकून तुमच्या अभ्यासाची तयारी करत आहात, पण त्याच्या व्यतिरिक्त सुद्धा ट्रेनिंगची खूप गरज आहे.
इंटर फर्म विकासासाठी विकासामधनं किंवा पुणे ब्रांचमधनं खूप कोर्सेस चालू होतात, एस्पेशली परीक्षेच्या वेळेला चालू असतात, प्रोग्राम्स खूप सारे होतात. पण ऑफिसमधलं जे एक प्रकारचं ट्रेनिंग आहे दॅट आय थिंक नीड्स टू बी इम्प्रूव्ड. इट इज ऑल्सो फ्रॉम माय ऑफिस, किंवा असं नाही की माझ्या ऑफिसमध्ये खूप चांगलं ट्रेनिंग आम्ही देतो आणि बाकीचे ना तिकडे देत नाही, तसं नाही. आय एम पार्ट ऑफ यू. सो ते खूप चांगलं ट्रेनिंग आणि फॉर्मल ट्रेनिंग देणं खूप आवश्यक आहे. की GST म्हणजे काय, फॉर्म नंबर 9 म्हणजे काय, 3B म्हणजे काय, हे तुम्ही काहीतरी वाचून करत असाल तर त्याच्या मागे तुमच्या सिनियर लोकांनी ते सांगणं खूप अपेक्षित आहे. दुसरी गोष्ट त्याच्याबद्दल मला एक सांगायचं की नरेंद्र अग्रवाल पण आहेत मध्ये. नरेंद्र आम्ही एक कार्यक्रम करतो, मला वाटतं फर्स्ट GST आलं तेव्हालाच, की आम्ही आमच्या चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट्स फर्म्स, आमच्या जे काही मित्र परिवारातले आहेत त्यांच्या स्टाफसाठी एक प्रोग्राम एक व्यवस्थित ऑर्गनाईज केला होता. म्हणजे मराठा चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्समध्ये एक 30-40 स्टाफ त्यामध्ये स्टाफ पण आला होता, नॉट नेसेसरी दे आर स्टुडंट्स. तर ते एक चांगल्यापैकी करायची गरज आहे. आणि आपण असे 4-5 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटंट्स बुलिंग करून हा एक कार्यक्रम असे प्रोग्राम ट्रेनिंगचे करू शकतो. हा एक झाला. दुसरं, फॉर द आर्टिकल स्टुडंट्स फॉर देअर ओन आय वुड लाईक टू inform them that you should read a lot as far as the basic law is concerned. Basic law फारसा वाचला जात नाहीये. Then it may be the Companies Act, it may be the Income Tax Act, or it may be the CGST Act and other like that. So basic acts जोपर्यंत तुम्ही वाचत नाही तोपर्यंत you will not understand the provisions of the various acts and laws which are applicable for your CA practice. Thirdly, observe what your office systems, how your principal is doing his work, how he is managing his work. Because after starting your own practice, your theoretical knowledge or academic knowledge or your practical knowledge may not be of your help. Just like Narendra, my friend, told his incidents about that NOC. So that हे सगळं इंटरॅक्शन जे चाललंय ते इंटरॅक्शन मधनं या गोष्टी तुम्हाला नोट डाऊन करता आल्या पाहिजेत की दॅट यू विल फॉलो इन युअर सबसिक्वेंटली वेन यू स्टार्ट युअर ओन ऑफिस ऑर यू स्टार्ट युअर ओन प्रॅक्टिस. तर त्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत, ऑफिस सिस्टीम्स आहेत, ऑफिसमध्ये कुठल्या प्रकारे पद्धतीने अकाउंट्स ठेवले जातात, इवन दो यू आर नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ इट, हाऊ युअर प्रिन्सिपल स्पीक्स टू क्लायंट्स, हाऊ ही सेंड्स द प्रपोजल टू द न्यू क्लायंट्स, या पण गोष्टी तुम्ही हळूहळू अभ्यासाला लागल्या पाहिजेत, ज्यात की तुम्हाला पुढच्या प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये उपयोगी पडतील. आणि दुसरं एक लास्ट मी नेहमी सांगत आलेलो आहे की CA प्रॅक्टिस इज ऑल्सो रिलेटेड टू दी जनरल नॉलेज, करंट अफेअर्स. सो त्याच्याशीही तुम्ही टचमध्ये राहायला पाहिजे. व्हेरियस इंडस्ट्रीज, आपल्या इन्स्टिट्यूटनी खूप चांगली इंडस्ट्रीजसाठी गायडन्स नोट काढलेले आहेत. कोल इंडस्ट्री, सिमेंट इंडस्ट्री, सॉफ्टवेअर इंडस्ट्री, एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री, याची ऑडिट्स कशा पद्धतीने करायला पाहिजे, हॉटेल इंडस्ट्री, ते पण तुम्ही सारखं वाचलं पाहिजे. प्रत्येक वेळा तुम्हाला असं काम येईल की जे तुम्हाला माहिती असेलच असं नाही. सो त्या इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये काय चाललेलं आहे, त्या इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये काय काय गोष्टी घडतायत याची पण तुम्हाला माहिती पाहिजे. यू शुड रीड द न्यूजपेपर ॲटलिस्ट ट्वाइस इन अ डे, हे माझं तुम्हाला सजेशन राहील. सो दॅट यू विल बी अप्रेस्ड विथ द करंट अफेअर्स. आणि त्याच्यात तुम्हाला तुमच्या पुढेच्या प्रोफेशनल प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये किंवा जेव्हा तुम्ही इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये जाल तेव्हा तुम्हाला त्याचा खूप फायदा होईल. थँक यू व्हेरी मच फॉर गिव्हिंग मी दिस अपॉर्च्युनिटी.
Thank you so much, Jagdish sir. Now we will start with our next and the last session, valedictory session.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now I request CA Dr. S.B. Zaure sir to share his view. Thank you.
C.S. Samir Ladda, Vice Chairman of Pune branch and the Chairman of the Vikasa Pune, immediate past Chairman C.A. Ruta Chitale, my member colleagues sitting in the auditorium, as well as those who are on virtual, and my dear and near student friends, either virtually or physically. We are in the concluding session. I said in the introductory session that this particular national conference is unique in number of ways. Number one, you have managed virtual as well as physical. Number one. Number two, subjects chosen were not conventional or routine. Those were other than financial reporting, accounting, auditing, taxation, and therefore the students could benefit in a different way, having a different menu. Third one, I could find girls more than boys in the sessions. There's a trend is big setting that future is for the girls to become the chartered accountants. Because when I appeared for CA final examination, at that time only one girl was from Pune. Today, 40% students are girls, and that is a pride for all of us. So this is a challenge for boys to ensure that they become the global accountant. We are in the valedictory session. Good deliberations, good presentations. Jury, in spite of busiest time in their own offices, they are here. Thanks to all of them. Now in the concluding session, I thought that I will just share with you some questions and answers there too. But usually students ask me. And thereafter, I will just permit you to ask few questions, one or two questions, and then we'll conclude this valedictory session. The first question, I will also try to take not a normal question, little bit different. One student came to me a couple of years before, and he said, "Sir, I am an artist in drama, on drama platform. I am finding difficult to pursue my passion of becoming a chartered accountant. What shall I do?" Question is very simple. Only we are taking the example of drama artist. You can be a sportsman. You have the different passion. You can choose anything other than CA. On a piece of paper, I have drawn two circles. Inner circle and outer circle. I say, if you want to pursue CA, CA is at core. And your drama is at peripheral. Because if you want to pursue your drama during articleship, you will not go to the office in time. You will not be able to do the justice to the both. I understand your passion for drama. Please keep it, continue it. but your first aim to become a chartered accountant. In case you want to put drama at the core and CA at the peripheral, your good luck. Right? So keep in mind that you have to achieve the goal. And therefore, I said on that day also, awake, arise, and stop not till the goal is achieved. Very important, said by Swami Vivekananda. Second question is, sir, after becoming chartered accountant, I want to work as investment specialist like Bharat Patak in equity research. Please advise. You are either at intermediate level or at a final level, and you want to pursue, you are dreaming, you are visualizing your specialization in equity research. I asked a couple of questions to him about equity research. He said, sir, I don't know. I don't know. I said, then how do you pursue right now, and why do you want that you want to be an equity research specialist after becoming a chartered accountant? My dear friends, short-term goal and long-term goal. Now, in a short-term goal, what is your goal? Please do not think of what you will do after becoming a chartered accountant. Number of opportunities are available. You can visualize. But that is your long-term goal, not the short-term goal. What is your short-term goal as of today to become a chartered accountant in any case? And my dear friends, after becoming a chartered accountant, you pursue your drama, you pursue your sportsmanship. You can also think of your equity research, but for that purpose, you must possess the knowledge. So very important, I have already told you a path of generalization to specialization. If you want to become a specialist for equity research, you must know accounting. You must know financial reporting. You must know the ratio analysis. You must know the stock market. You must know all the ins and outs of the stock market. For that purpose, time is required. So after becoming a chartered accountant, you can study. And if you like that subject, and if you do get opportunities, many times I may like equity research, but I am not getting an opportunity. You have to keep number of opportunities open, not only one opportunity and close. You may be intelligent in equity research, still you may not be able to tap the opportunity. Very important. You may be expert in transfer pricing, but if you don't get assignments of transfer pricing, and you are only saying, no, only I will do the transfer pricing, will not do. So you must keep number of options open. Third question usually asked, sir, ICAI restricts the result. Whether it is foundation examination, intermediate examination, names we have changed, and the final examination. Being a council member for 9 years, I want to give one assurance to all of you. And that assurance is, there is not a single case whereby result is restricted. Student has passed, but he may fail. Marks are reduced. Examination is of a high standard. So naturally, if you pass, you have passed. There is no alternative. Results are also not constant. Those are changing, ups and downs, like a stock market. But never the institute has reduced the marks of the students and failed. But it is otherwise. Many times, general analysis is done after the examination result. About the questions, particular question, 95% students not able to answer a particular question because it was out of syllabus. Right? 0% student opted for optional question, particular question, and so on. Number of situations are there where the grace marks are given to you. So students who fail at the border, actually they get passed also. And therefore, please keep in mind, institute never restrict the result of any student. One thing is very important for me to advise you as far as your articleship is concerned. Many times students ask a simple question, how do I do my articleship effectively? I have never advocated dummy articleship in my professional life of 47 years. Reason very simple. I do get benefit of my articleship exposure working for nights and days together during that time. During my articleship, I could not get exposure as far as income tax is concerned. Many students might not be getting the exposure in GST. Many students may not get experience of corporate audits. Possible. Because in case of the small and medium chartered accountant, whatever the work is there, he cannot go beyond that. And you are doing the articleship. We know that problem at high level also. But wherever you are, my dear friends, you have to devote full time and full exposure to the articleship. When I was an article student like you, and when I was to start a new audit, I have never started by sitting straight away in the office. First, I took a round complete to the factory, understand the input, understand the process, understand the output, understand the marketing, who are the customers, who are the suppliers, what is this business. When I could get complete picture of that business, and Bharat Phatak talked about that business, then only I could start my work. I still remember Bajaj Tempo Limited, now the Force Motors Limited. I finalized the audit when I was in final. And at that time, there was a foreign collaboration. Foreign collaboration. I read the complete agreement. I vouched the complete payments to the collaborator. I have seen what are the rules for remittance, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. Then only your articleship will be effective, unless and until you understand each and every aspect of that business management, input, output, process, market. You will not be able to do your effective articleship, and you cannot become a global accountant. So whenever you have to do the effective articleship, please try to understand. Even you do the audit of a school, you must understand grant. Who give the grant? What are the rules of the grant? How much grant is received? How much grant is not received? What is the problem? What is the accounting? Cash accounting or accrual system? And you are aware, you must know the accounting standards. You must know Ind AS, IFRS converge standards. So in order to do the articleship effectively, Jagdish Dongde was talking about, it may not be possible for an employer to give you one-to-one training. You have to get exposed yourself. You have to ask number of questions. You have to invent. You have to find out. As a student, I can share one experience with you. I was doing the audit of Ferguson College, right? Now, it was a month of August, and we are doing the audit of earlier March. Cashier was asking me daily, what are you doing today? I thought, why is he asking me question? Why is asking me question? What are you doing? Who is he? Psychological behavior. Next day, same question again. I said, why are you asking question? That I could not get it. I was also disturbed. Third day, I could find out payment voucher. Some payment vouchers also skipped from me. And third or fourth voucher, I could find refund of fees concession given by the then principal of the college, whereby the concession was 80, but on the application, the principal signed pay rupees 80. What he has done? Cashier, 80 rupees paid to a student, and after he has gone, prefixed 1. So what is the payment? 180, 70, 170. My dear friends, you will not believe he came to know on the same day that I listed down the entire amount of fraud. I telephoned. He was looking my actions. In the evening on the same day, the same cashier, along with pistol in the pocket, upper pocket, I can see, I don't know if it was working or not working, because he has not used it. He came to my room. I was a student staying in one bungalow. And he said me, come for dinner. Come for dinner. Go to dinner, pistol. Not to go to dinner, pistol. What to do? I said, yes, let's go. While taking the dinner, he said, please don't report this fraud to your boss. Tomorrow I'll deposit the money and you will be satisfied. I said, no, I will not be satisfied, but I am a student. I have to be transparent. Then I explained him, no, sir, I am related to so-and-so. You may be related to anybody. I said, I'll see, because the pistol. But next day it was reported. My dear friend, why it has happened? 2 vouchers gone. What has happened here? Accident starts where precaution ends. The principal should have written rupees 80 into bracket, rupees 80 only in words, not written. But good. It has given me an opportunity to increase my stipend to double. 100 rupees stipend. Sunday there was no meal in the evening because money was not there. So I could start taking the dinner on Sundays after that fraud. Now, why this is possible? Effective exposure. But more important, to the same link, further, after 5-6 years, one day I have gone to the Lakshmi Road and there was a toy shop and I was to buy something for the birthday gift for one of my relative. And where I have gone in the shop, the person, the proprietor, put my feet and he said, Namaskar, sir. I couldn't recognize. Who is he? He says, sir, thank you. You made my life. Are, how I made a life? He said, I was in Ferguson College. You found out a fraud. My employment gone. I started a business. I have 2 air-conditioned shops now and it's doing very well. See, one incidence, 2 people happy. I was happy, stipend increase. He is also happy, employment gone. Effective exposure of articleship. Very, very important. So I want you to understand, read the provisions, read the GST law, find out the entire mechanism as if you are a chartered accountant. And any questions you can ask to your boss. I think I can talk much, but there was a special session on how to pass CA examination. But only one point I would stress on that. I will not talk more. My problem was difficult. I am from a small village. Up to become, my medium of instructions was Marathi. English was taught in Marathi. Are you understanding? मला अजूनही आठवतं टीचर म्हटले आज आपण टू अँड फ्रॉम समजून घेऊया. टू अँड फ्रॉम समजून घेऊया. मग विंडोकडे गेले आणि डोरकडे चालायला लागले. आय एम वॉकिंग फ्रॉम विंडो टू डोर. समजला का फ्रॉम? समजला का टू? In this background, in CA, I was only worried about the language. I was not worried about my talent. I was not worried about hard work. I was not worried about my motivation, my willpower. Everything was there, but only medium of instructions. So I was thinking SWOT analysis. I've done my SWOT analysis. My strength, my weakness, my opportunities, my threats. And I found my weakness, serious weakness. If I am not able to write in English, what will happen? I will not be able to pass this examination. And then I have derived a formula. Pareto analysis I learned later when I was in CA final. Or today somebody talked about that 90% or something in the, what was that in connection? Somebody talked not today. Anyway, 5%. Huh? What is that 5%? Okay, no, you know anyway. Pareto analysis, you are aware? 20% people, 80% wealth. Somebody talked about that wealth itself. That 5% people have, or 10% have 40% wealth. Pareto analysis was 20% population, 80% wealth. This 80-20 formula applied for industrial applications, but I was not knowing it. I found out my 60-40 formula. What is that 60-40 formula? Maybe useful to somebody you, there some of you. Therefore, I am talking. Simple, I said, where English is required for accounting, where English is required for costing, where the English is little bit required for income tax. English is required for auditing, English is required for corporate laws. Fortunately, in my intermediate examination of 600 marks at that time, 300 practical subjects, 3 and 300 theoretical. Similarly, in final, 400 marks practical, 400 theoretical. Good. Then I said, in practical papers, I must secure 60. What is the problem in accounting? What is the problem in costing? What is the problem in income tax? What is the problem in financial management? So 60, 60, 60, 40, 40, 40, total 300 out of 600, percentage 50%. Result, pass. Even in final examination, same formula. Marks are not only 300 and 400. Marks are good later. But I tell you, you have to do your SWOT analysis, and whatever the subjects you are weak, you have to prepare more. And practical subjects are those subjects where you can secure the marks and make the aggregation. Most of the students fail in, they are in the 45 to 50%. So what is happening? You require 5% marks. For that purpose, you have to work hard. Further, I don't want to talk as examination. We'll find out some other time. Now, how can I become a professional? I said chartered accountant is financial engineer, financial architect, financial lawyer, financial soldier, right? The Vice Admiral talked about, and a business solution provider. Today, the chartered accountant's role is totally of a business solution provider. Please keep in mind, in addition to your conventional practice, I must be value adder. Auditing is a statutory requirement. Clients do not understand the significance of that audit. They say this is a compliance work. For compliance work, how much to pay? There are always limitations. But when I add some value, either by way of increase in revenue or by way of reduction in cost, or by way of change in process and thereby the reduction in cost, my value is recognized. I was working as a chief accountant, actually CFO, in one pharmaceutical company. And the problem was, it was actually NGO, trust, and foot and mouth disease vaccine was being produced, 3.2 million doses. Morarji Bhai Desai, the then Prime Minister of the country, inaugurated the plant. The day of inauguration of the plant, the price of 100 ml FMDB vaccine, Hest company, multinational, reduced from 16 rupees to 12 rupees. Right? Naturally, we have to sell not at 16 rupees, prevailing price. Entire projections, what we have done and taken a loan from banks, was based on 16 rupees price. Problem, 16 to 12, 12 to 10, and finally settled down around 9 to 10. My dear friends, the cost was increasing and revenue was decreasing. Here is the role of a chartered accountant to play. The challenge was given to me, that not only to me, to scientists also, find out the ways and means to survive this plant. Friends, I found out a packing. There were 24 items of packing. I'll not go into the details. And I said, why you are using this Borosil glass vial? Can we not use some other material for packing? Multicolor, why we cannot do the single color? Leaflet, why multicolor is required? And by all the means and ways, after doing the detailed search, as a chartered accountant, financial advisor, friends, you will not believe, 0.95 per 100 ml cost reduced, multiplied by 3.2 million, and thereby I created my footstep to remember even today. So you should be value adder. So you have to find out a ways and means, how can I add the value? And that value addition can be by way of a consultancy, that can be by way of advisory, that can be by way of the insurance audit, by way of electricity audit, by way of stock audit, and what not. By ways and means, you can reduce the cost or you can increase the revenue. Chartered accountant role is changed from mere accountant or mere auditor to business solution provider, and that is a challenge you have to take. Friends, can be talked much, but I think there are time limitation. Shall I take just 2 minutes and tell you my poem recently prepared in Corona? Recently, I composed a poem on a chartered accountant. I have undergone the manual accounting to computerized accounting, non-accounting standard, not only to accounting standard, but IFRS, and so on. And on that, this poem, you have to keep in mind, it's very useful to you. Some of them might have already read it. The poem is prepared on 20th June during Corona. Value addition, time used, correct, useful. The name of the poem is Chartered Accountant only, same. ICAI established as per Indian Constitution. ICAI is established as per the Indian Constitution. We CAs are the pillar of that institution. We CAs, chartered accountants, are pillars of that institution. Auditing of financial statements is our prime responsibility. Auditing of financial statements is our prime responsibility. We discharge assurance function with faith and accountability. We discharge assurance function with faith and accountability. In olden days, the books of accounts were kept manually. Auditors also carried out check procedures diligently. Difference in trial balance was always a challenging task. You don't know. One student asked me, sir, why that suspense account now? Correct? At that time, we were creating suspense account. Difference in trial balance was always a challenging task. Even adjusting a small difference in books was too much to ask. CAs provided CAs proved to be successful consultants of taxation. Prior to 1980, chartered accountants were looking only on auditing. Few chartered accountants started that work, and in 1980s, they proved, yes, we are the best than tax practitioner. CAs proved to be successful consultants of taxation. With due planning, clients feel sense of relaxation. Loopholes of the tax laws are represented before government officials. Injustice to clients is fought with tax appeals and tribunals. Then began the era of technology. With advent of computer age. CS2 updated themselves with software since that stage. If I would not have been updated at that time, I would have been outdated chartered accountant. They got equipped in technology and computer education. Audit procedures carried out with due diligence and perfection. Technology is being misused for scams and frauds. Technology is misused for scams and frauds. Fraudsters with intelligence search easy rewards. Criminals are hiding by escaping out of the country. Criminals are hiding by escaping out of the country. Nirav Modi fraud of Punjab National Bank. I was the chairman of that small committee appointed by ICAI, and I found the fraud is only on account of technology misuse. Let's adhere to the rules. Criminals are hiding by escaping out of the country. CAs are running around within the legal boundary. One of us, this is very important, one of us violates professional principles and ethics. One of us violates professional principles and ethics written there. Every one of us suffer and profession image weakens. Whenever there is a fraud, first name come, who is auditor? And many times he is not responsible. But one of us violate the principles and ethics, and every one of us suffers for professional image weakens. Stakeholders are reposing the confidence in us. Let's adhere to the rules and regulations thus. Chartered accountant is a doctor and advisor of financial health. Diagnosis and remedies are only a way to commercial wealth. CA is a financial guide and engineer. CA is a financial architect and value adder. We as professionals lead the financial way with discipline, a transparent path we lay. ICI is a partner in nation building. Let's join hands in economy rebuilding. So this is the job and accountability of a chartered accountant. With this, thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you so much. So now I request Zaved sir to felicitate our juries. CA Narendra Agrawal. Thank you. CA Shashikant Lonikar. CA Shobna. Now I request CA Samir sir to felicitate Javed sir. Thank you. So now I request our juries to felicitate our best paper presenter. So the best paper presenter goes to Akshat Goyal from Jaipur on data protection bill. Thank you. Now I request C.A. Zavre sir to felicitate Jagdish Zavre sir. Jagdish Domre sir. Thank you. So now the prize for best debate goes to Lalit Kumar. So I now request juries to felicitate our best for debate. Yeah. I request juries to felicitate.
This debate competition was taken some months back, and Mr. Lalit Kumar Bajaj was the best debate competitor. Lalit Kumar, and one of our jury was also Narendra Agarwal at that time. And special was that Lalit Kumar competed debate in 100% Hindi without using one English word. So Lalit, can you say 2 lines about debate?
You want to come here?
You want Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, New Delhi.
You want to come here?
You can just speak off.
हेलो द संधि लेखाकार संस्थान नई दिल्ली
Wow.
सॉरी फॉर दैट
Thank you. So similar for debate, the first runner-up goes to the team Lalit Kumar, Divya Prajapati, Kalpak Masalia, Prajyot Kulkarni. Do we have them here? Yeah, please.
Team come for debate competition. Team Phoenix.
Thank you very much. So something I wanted to share, like recently while I was traveling from Mumbai to Pune, so on expressway I saw a vehicle on it. It was written Parishram plus Zid is equals to Yash. So so among us there's one person. He's 68 years old and he has cleared CA final first group. And जो जुनून है उनमें कि उनको second group भी clear करना है has really made my heart like of course कि something very something कुछ नया सीखने मिल रहा है मतलब कि कभी like even I cannot express right now what I am feeling it. So
I like it.
yeah.
He is Mr. Bipin Shah.
Yeah.
And he is retired person. And he telephoned me on one day that he want to pursue. Sir, I have passed CA final, but I don't have any paper. I said, paper, you don't worry. Then we'll find out from the institute's records. But strong willpower, I congratulate you. And now prove them that you become a chartered accountant. Absolutely, no problem. Congratulations.
Students, since last 2 days or 3 days, I am watching one person here sitting behind and continuous hearing without spending 1 minute outside. And today morning, I just talked to Ruta. Let's meet that person and just ask why he is sitting today, continuous 3 years. Who is he? And he is Mr. Bipin Shah, sir. Sir, we are very thankful for you. And it was very surprise for us. After doing 35 years job, he is now just want to pass second group of final. He has passed his final group up before 35 years. Sir, it was great. We would like just to give you a token of love on behalf of Pune. Sir, please come ahead.
So now I request CA Zavre sir to felicitate Bipin Shah sir.
Sir, you want to say something? Sir, you want to say something?
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I am a Bipin Shah. I have been working with Force Motors Limited for last 35 years. I did complete my CA articleship in 1977, but due to some family problems, I could not complete my final CA rest of group. So I would like to suggest the students that don't give up, and whatever you are having to face, you face it, and when you get a time, you must complete your goals and achieve your success. I will love to also share that only automation or manual work cannot be said to be a sufficient for auditing job. Just I would like to share my experience that our company had developed a SAP system for material bill passing, but there were a number of complaints from our vendors. They are not getting payment well within the time. So naturally, our Jhavre sir has already clear that we should study the fundamentals and not the only checking. So there was a time there we have got some processing vendors. So we got stopped the total bills of the which were doing the machining for us. So management asked us why you are stopping their bills. Come up with me. And I explained the total procedure to him that their machining process are divided into 4 parts, A, B, C, D. Part A means processing vendor has not done any job. Part B means processing vendor has its own material is defective and it is to be rejected. Processing C means it is company's own material defective, hence rejected. And process D means it is the entire error of the processing vendor and material cost as well as labor cost is required to be debited. We have shown the detailed process to them, and the system cannot take care of this situation. It only passed. So we stopped the bills and we got debited around 35 lakhs to the vendor. This was our. So I would like to say that whatever our Jawahari sir has said, it is rightly said that you go through the details and fundamentals. This is what. Thank you. Thank you to Pune chapter, Honorable Jawahari sir, Honorable Chitra madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. As we all know, behind every successful event, there are so many people, so many. So I cannot, spell out everyone's name, but of course, a special thanks to audiovisual team, designer, concept writer, and catering teams. Thank you very much. And now I request CA Ruta Chitle ma'am to share her views, like for a few minutes she can share. Thank you.
Now we are at the end of this session, almost at the end. But before that, I would like to say that this entire 3 days, we have to give a full entire credit to two people. One, in absentia, CA Samir, CA Abhishek Damne, and Vikasa Chairman, CA Samir Ladda. They have, please give a big round of applause for all of. See, they have defined today's our theme is attitude, aptitude, and altitude. So aspire to inspire. They have already shown by their thing, whatever they have done for these 3 days, not only for 3 days, but even before that, they have the aptitude and also the attitude. And now we are only waiting for all of you to join them at that altitude. So many best wishes, Samir. You really deserve this entire thing, and we are really looking forward to so many wonderful things. He has a lot of plans for students, and so I expect that all the students, whatever their problems, whatever their issues, please connect to Pune ICI. CA Abhishek Namne, chairman of branch, is also too very much available to all the students. With this, thank you very much. I just wanted to share this.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request CA Samir sir to share his views. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajeshri. नमस्कार पुणे. प्रत्येक कार्यक्रमाचा दुर्दैवाने कधी नाही तरी शेवट येतो. आपण त्या शेवटच्या क्षणी आहोत. उदाहरण द्यायचं तर आम्ही दरवर्षी पुण्याच्या मंचावरती नाटकाच्या स्पर्धा करतो. माझे काही सहकलाकार इथं आहेत, अगरवाल सर, दोंगडे सर आणि ऋता मॅडम. या सर्वांनाच हा अनुभव येतो की नाटकाची स्पर्धा झाल्यानंतरही दुसऱ्या दिवशी आपण प्रॅक्टिसच्या चुकून गाडी तिकडे वळते की आपण प्रॅक्टिसच्याच लोकेशनला जातो ऑफिसच्या ऐवजी. तसंच उद्या कदाचित व्हॉलंटियर्स आणि मला असं होईल, अरे चला ते परत ब्रँचमध्ये जायचंय आणि कॉन्फरन्सची तयारी अजून बाकी आहे. बोलायला शब्द फारच कमी आहेत. कदाचित मला आता इमोशन्समुळे जास्त बोलता येणार नाहीये. बिफोर सेइंग आय हेड समथिंग, सगळ्या स्टुडंट्सनी म्हणून एक रिक्वेस्ट केली होती की बेस्ट व्हॉलंटियर डिक्लेअर करा. खरं तर स्टुडंट्सनी माझी ही एक्झाम घ्यायची ठरवली आहे, कारण बेस्ट व्हॉलंटियर डिक्लेअर करणं फारच मोठी अवघड गोष्ट आहे. सगळ्यांनीच खूपच जास्त मेहनत केली आहे, खूपच छान काम केलंय. म्हणजे कुणाला कमी आणि कुणाला जास्त असं म्हणणंच शक्य नाहीये. पण कुणाला तरी टोकन ऑफ लव द्यायचंय, टोकन ऑफ ग्रॅटिट्यूड द्यायचंय, म्हणून मी सोडून बाकीच्या विकासा कमिटीने हे डिसिजन घेतले. त्यात माझं वोट कुठंच नाहीये. अदर दॅन मी 6 लोकांची जी विकासा कमिटी आहे त्यांनी बेस्ट व्हॉलंटियर सजेस्ट केला आहे. अँड एनी गेस? नो. Prajakta Kuber is the name. I request Ruta and Zavre sir, please felicitate her, Prajakta Kuber, as the best volunteer of National Conference 2020. ह्या कॉन्फरन्सचं काम जवळजवळ मागच्या 1 महिन्यापासून चालू आहे. सर्वच माझे विकासा कमिटी मेंबर्स, व्हॉलेंटियर्स आणि खूपच रात्रंदिवस खूप मेहनत केली आहे. समटाइम्स काही ऑब्स्टॅकल्स येतात, काही वेळेस येतं, त्यावेळेस समीर सर चिडतात, असं सगळ्या व्हॉलेंटियर्सच्या मनात असतं. स्टुडंट्स, बिलीव्ह मी, माझं चिडणं किंवा काय हे अगदी त्या सेकंदापुरतं असतं. कारण मला झावरे सरांनी शिकवले आणि माझ्या सगळ्या कलिग्सनी शिकवले की इन्स्टिट्यूटचं काम करताना परफेक्ट असलं पाहिजे. स्वतःच्या घरच्या लग्नाच्या मध्ये थोडी चुका झाल्या तरी चालतील, पण कॉन्फरन्समध्ये काम खूप परफेक्ट असलं पाहिजे. त्यामुळं तुमच्यावर कधी रागवलं असेल तर ते अगदी त्या क्षणापुरतं आहे. प्लीज कन्सिडर दॅट. ह्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये म्हणजे बरेचसे मेंबर्स म्हणजे नाव सांगतील तेवढे कमी आहेत. झावरे सर, चितळे सर, ऋता चितळे, अभिषेक धामणे, माझे सर्व अदर कमिटी मेंबर्स, तसेच डोंगडे सर जे माझे गुरु पण आहेत, मित्र पण आहेत आणि को ॲक्टर पण आहेत. नरेंद्र अगरवाल सर, शशिकांत लोणीकर सर, शोभना मॅडम, या तिघांना आम्ही एका दिवशी एका फोनवरती सांगितलं की तुमच्या ड्यू डेट्स आहेत, बिझी आहात, पण तरी तुम्हाला 3 दिवस ज्युरी म्हणून यायचं आहे. सर मला माहिती आहे खूप कठीण काम होतं तुम्हाला ह्या काळात वेळ देणं. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. आणि मुलांना विश्वास करावी स्टुडंट्स, ह्या सर्व मेंबर्स ज्यांचे इथे मदत करतात. पत्की सर आहेत, पत्की सर नेहमी असं बॅक स्टेजला बसतात, पण आम्हाला मदत करण्यात ते पुढं असतात सतत. त्यांनी आत्ताही ते माझ्यासोबत विक्रम गोखलेंचं फेलिसिटेशन करायला आले होते. तर स्टुडंट्स, ह्या सर्व मेंबर्सना इन्स्टिट्यूटसाठी काम करणे, विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी काम करणे हे फक्त आणि फक्त मनाची आवड आहे आणि हौस आहे. त्यांना आता त्याच्यातून काही मिळवायचं असं नाहीये, पण इन्स्टिट्यूट बद्दल प्रेम आहे. सातत्याने 24/7 कधीही कुठल्याही क्षणी कुठल्याही कामात आम्ही तरी, मी ऋता सध्या कमिटी मेंबर्स आहोत, आमची ती बाय ड्युटीच आहे, पण ह्या मेंबर्स आधी कधीतरी काम केले इन्स्टिट्यूटसाठी. आज त्यांची ती फक्त मनातली ड्युटी आहे की आपल्या इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये काम करायचंय. तर असेच सर, हे आम्ही निवडून आलेलो आहोत, आम्ही काम करतो आहोत, ते आमची आता ड्युटीज आहे, पण तुम्ही सर्व लोक आजही इन्स्टिट्यूटवरती प्रेमाने एवढे आम्हाला मदत करता, त्याबद्दल शब्द कमी सांगतील तेवढे कमीच आहेत. धन्यवाद. ऋता, अभिषेक, काशीनाथ, चितळे सर आणि माझी अमृता, ह्या सर्वांच्या मदतीशिवाय एवढी सुंदर कॉन्फरन्स करणं शक्यच नव्हतं. आणि सर्वात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे तुमच्या प्रत्येक स्टुडंट्सनी, प्रत्येक व्हॉलंटियर्सनी जे योगदान दिले आहे, मी ते कधीच विसरू शकत नाही. सर, ही कॉन्फरन्स करताना मला खूप काही अनुभव आले. बेसिकली ड्यू डेट्सचे ऑब्स्टेकल्स, हे खूप मोठं ऑब्स्टेकल्स होतं. म्हणजे रजिस्ट्रेशन मला होतील का नाही इथपर्यंत आधी, म्हणून मी कॉन्फरन्सची डेट शिफ्ट केली, तर पुन्हा तोच ऑब्स्टेकल समोर. पण ऑब्स्टेकल्स येताना प्रोग्राम कसे सक्सेसफुल करायचे हा अनुभव मला ह्या नॅशनल कॉन्फरन्सच्या थ्रू आला. ह्याच्यामध्ये माझ्या फॅमिली मेंबर्सचं पण खूप योगदान आहे. बेसिकली रोज रात्री 12-1 वाजता उठून त्यांना मी घरात शिरवायचो. रोज त्यांची झोप मोड करायची. मागचे 8-10 दिवस आम्ही ब्रँचमध्ये रोज रोज 12-1 वाजेपर्यंत काम करायचो. म्हणजे माझी आई आणि बायको रोज विचारायची की आज जेवणार आहात का, म्हणजे आता हा प्रश्न आलाय. किंवा ज्या दिवशी जेवाल त्या दिवशी सांगा की आज घरी जेवायला आहात. तर त्यांचं पण योगदान मला इथं निश्चितपणे सांगायला लागेल. जास्त बोलणं कठीण जाते, थोडंसं भावनात्मक होतोय, त्यामुळं मी थांबतो. ओव्हर टू एमओसी.
थँक्यू. Sure.
एकच सांगायचं राहिलं, ते आजचीच ही आहे. झावरे सर या वयात, सरांनी 17 वर्षी PhD केली हे सगळ्यांनाच माहिती आहे, पण या वयात पण ते विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये तरुण राहणं सातत्याने असतं. आणि म्हणजे आजचं उदाहरण मला फक्त सांगायचं, मी सकाळी झावरे सरांना मेसेज टाकला, सर आज ट्रॅडिशनल थीम आहे, आज ट्रॅडिशनल ड्रेसमध्ये या. तर सरांनी लगेच ते ऐकलं आणि विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये त्या ट्रॅडिशनल थीम मध्ये मिक्स होण्यासाठी आजही सर उत्सुक असतात, म्हणून सरांनी आज लगेच आपला ट्रॅडिशनल वे मध्ये आले. सर, थँक्यू व्हेरी मच फॉर दॅट.
Thank you. So now I request CA Samir sir to felicitate Sambhaji Patil, audio-visual. He's there to help us for audio and visual thing. I now request Mr. Kailash Pansare. He's there for designing. Is he here? Thank you. I now request Ajay Kulkarni, Mr. Ajay Kulkarni. He's there for concept writing. Thank you. I now request Mr. Vishal Dalvi. He's there for catering service. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I'll request Zavre sir to felicitate our MOC for the day, CA Rajashri ma'am. Now I will request Manmat Shalkar, Vice Chairman Vikasa, to give vote of thanks.
Sasneha Namaskar. Thanks, Rohan, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present a hearty vote of thanks. Irrespective of arising problems in conduct of national conference, aspire to inspire, like COVID-19 tax audit due dates, December and Jan exams, which made us postpone the dates of the conference, but this was a grand success. For the person who acted as the strongest backbone while facing these hurdles, our beloved Vikasa chairman, C. S. Samir Ladda sir, I would like to quote a shairi for you. अर्ज किया है, रख हौसला कि वो मंजिल भी आएगा, पैसे के पास चलकर समंदर भी आएगा, थक कर न बैठ ए मंजिल के मुसाफिर, थक कर न बैठ ए मंजिल के मुसाफिर, मंजिल भी मिलेगी और मिलने का मजा भी आएगा. Standing on behalf of all my Vikasa colleagues, Monica, Shravan, Rohan, Pranav and Sanket, first of all, I would like to thank President of ICI, C. Atul Kumar Gupta sir, Vice President C. Nihar Jambusaria sir, Chairman of Student Skill Enrichment Board, C. Jay Charya sir, and our beloved CCM and Director of this program, C. A. C. V. Chitre sir. Also, thanking our Pune Branch Managing Committee, especially our Chairman of Pune ICI, C. Abhishek Dhamne sir, Vice Chairman C. Samir Ladda sir, Secretary and Treasurer C. Kashinath Pathare sir, and immediate Chairperson C. Rudra Chitre ma'am for showing faith in us and guiding us through this unforgettable journey. We take this honor to thank our Chief Guest Dr. Amol Kolle sir, Vice Admiral of Indian Navy Vice Admiral of Indian Navy Sunil Bhokre sir, and all other eminent speakers for making time for us from their busy schedules. Further, I would like to thank Purushottam Ladda sir and CA Jagdish Dhongre sir for their continuous support in conduct of survey on impact of COVID-19 on entertainment industry. Especially thanking our session chairmen, paper checkers, and juries for their keen observation and correct evaluation. Thank you, Sambhaji Patil Saib and team, for your technical cooperation and catering team for serving us a delicious food. I should not forget to thank all the volunteers who put their last complete week arranging this conference. Further, I thank from the bottom of my heart to our hardworking branch staff for that. बाळांनो, तुम्ही पुढे जा, आम्ही आहोत तुमच्यासोबत. Thank you so much. Not forgetting our Vikasa committee members, Monica Trivedi, Shravan Ladda, Rohan Kasat, Pranav Kotalwar, and Sanket Gujolwar. I request everyone to give a huge round of applause to our volunteers, branch staff, and Vikasa members. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, very much. Thank you.
Before we end this conference, our volunteers' request was to get medal from their beloved Zavre sir. So we'll be conducting our volunteer awarding ceremony today only. I will take the names of the volunteer one by one. Please come on the dash and take the medal from Zavre sir. अंजोर खोपड़े, अविनाश कदम, रिंकी कितानी, प्रज्ञा आबोटी, महेश कंकाटे, पारितोष देशपांडे, ऐश्वर्या राव, अदिती देशमुख, आशीष पाटील, अथर्व खुर्द, केतकी वळसे, वैभव राऊत, वैभव पाटील, शिवानी मुळे, अनुराधा गांबारे, साहिल शेजवळ, कृष्णा शहा, कनक कनाडे, यश खंडारे, पूजा पाटील, अभिजित कडलक, रिया ओसवाल, विद्या उगाळे, अथर्व परहाड, समृद्धी शिंदे, प्राजक्ता कुबेर, प्रज्वल पाटील, प्रेरणा कस्तुरे. Guys, please give a big round of applause for the volunteers too. Without their immense support, we couldn't have success this conference. Anuradha Gambare too. पूर्वा बराते, दिव्या, मोहसिन बागवान, शैलेश, if I forgot any volunteer's name, please come. I'm so sorry. Samit Bikule. Thank you. महेश वाकडे, I will request all the members and students to come on the dais for a photo. Hello. Hello. Hi, sir. Guys, please 2 minutes wait for national anthem and an announcement. वाचन शुभम नाही का फोटो नव्हता